God. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Victor News Network. Today we're at episode 5. This time, this week, is going to be more of a hodgepodge of news because realistically, not much has really happened. Although there have been some developments that we will cover over the course of this podcast. But before we begin, may I remind you about Matchbook Customs, my so-called sponsor and non-sponsor at the same time. If you are by any chance into Harleys and you live in the Cambridgeshire area, however, they serve all of the UK, if that's your spiel, they're great people and I'm supporting them to build a community around Harleys. Might I remind you that the start of the season event at a workshop in Stanford in Cambridgeshire will be on the 23rd of March, as you can see on the screen right now. The event link will be put, as usual, in the low bar. There's also this other thing I mentioned several episodes ago about doing a video which will be my personal opinion as to what is the real role of the USA in the world. Well, the transcript I will be writing it sometime this week, and next week I will be filming and publishing it at some point, but make sure it's going to happen. Suggestions regarding videos and other things that may come into your mind are accepted via either the comments down below or via email at thehonestjew1@gmail.com. As you can see on the screen, or on Twitter, the handle is at thehonestjew1. Might I remind you that it's very important that you like and subscribe to this video. If you know by any chance any people that may like this sort of content, I ask you that you share it with them. It will mean a lot to me, especially to break this barrier at the very beginning with low numbers, so that in the near future I can get the channel to be progressing further and further up. As usual, links and timestamps are in description. Starting first with the most hilarious thing related to AI that happened. Wall Street Journal. Google mired in controversy over AI chatbot push. Search company is betting on AI for its next big business, but the tech's pitfalls are playing out in real time. Gemini, a chatbot based on the company's most advanced AI technology, angered users last week by producing ahistoric images and blocking requests for depictions of white people. The controversy morphed over the weekend into a broader backlash against the chatbot's responses to different philosophical questions. Tech commentators, including Elon Musk, promoted new criticisms over the past few days of Gemini's responses to prompts such as, "What has done more harm, libertarians or Stalin?" Gemini said, "It is difficult to say definitely which ideology has done more harm," in response to the question comparing a political philosophy that champions limited government with the ruthless Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin, according to a screenshot shared on Musk's social media site X. The online backlash around Gemini is a vivid illustration of the concerns that held Google back from releasing its chatbot technology to the public years ago. The company's caution created an opening for the startup OpenAI and its largest backer, Microsoft, to steal the spotlight with the viral ChatGPT service. Chatbots such as Gemini are designed to produce the next most likely word in a sequence based on a statistical model of human language, making them sometimes unpredictable and difficult to control. Google and other chatbot makers frequently try to steer the products towards certain desired behaviors with additional programming. Rival chatbots could produce similarly controversial responses if prompted in the same manner, said Yash Sheth, a a former Google employee and co-founder of AI startup Galileo. Google has less room for mistakes because of the trust it has built with users of its search engine over many years, Chef said. The world trusted implicitly without giving them the truth. A Google spokeswoman said in a statement Monday that Gemini is built as a creativity and productivity tool, and it may not always be accurate or reliable. We're continuing to quickly address instances in which the product isn't responding appropriately. Google said last year that it would restrict Gemini and other consumer AI services from responding to certain election-related queries without providing additional details, showing the company's efforts to limit AI outputs around controversial topics. Google released its chatbot Bard almost 1 year ago, labeling it an early experiment. This month, Google removed that warning, renamed the product Gemini, and began charging just under $20 a month for access to a version powered by its most advanced AI technology. Google executives have said they want the chatbot to reach billions of users, an important milestone that only a handful of company services have achieved. Shares in Google's parent company, Alphabet, fell more than 4% in trading Monday, reflecting investor concern about the potential impact of the controversy on the search company's new business push. Google has built the same technology into new features from its search engines and a suite of workplace software tools that cost as much as $30 a month per user. Chatbots such as Gemini, which Google has built as a creativity and productivity tool, have well-known issues with making up incorrect information. Researchers have also raised concerns that chatbots have a tendency to reproduce biases present in their underlying database, which includes much of the internet. The Gemini controversy speaks to a bigger problem in AI. How can the public trust AI models? Macquarie analysts wrote in a research note on Monday. Another screenshot shared widely on X over the weekend showed the Google chatbot evaluating the relative impacts of Musk and Adolf Hitler. Gemini's response began, "It is not possible to say definitely who negatively impacted society more, Elon tweeting memes or Hitler," according to the screenshot. The Wall Street Journal couldn't replicate the Stalin and Hitler-focused exchanges on Monday using Gemini Advanced, the paid version of the chatbot. Google didn't have a comment on the specific responses. Google apologized on Friday for the Gemini visual feature that produced historically inaccurate images and, in some cases, refused to generate depictions of white people. A day earlier, the company had suspended the chatbot's ability to generate images of people entirely. Google said last week that Gemini's image generation feature got it wrong, blaming a mixture of the company's attempts to fine-tune the responses and the technology's evolution away from its intended behavior. Those things led to the model to overcompensate in some cases and be overconservative in others, leading to images that were embarrassing and wrong, Prabhakar Raghavan, a senior vice president who oversees the chatbot efforts at the company's flagship search engine, said in a Google blog post. Demis Hassabis, head of the AI research unit Google DeepMind, said at a conference on Monday that the company planned to restore Gemini's ability to generate images of people in the next couple of weeks. Musk and others accused Google in recent days of designing Gemini to reflect the left-wing orthodoxy they claim has taken hold at big tech companies. X offers a competing chatbot called Grok that Musk's artificial intelligence company, XAI, has promoted as exhibiting a rebellious streak. Ben Thompson, the influential tech commentator behind the Stratechery newsletter, wrote Monday that Gemini's responses appear to have a consistent viewpoint that reflected the corporate culture in need of a shake-up. Google should consider leadership changes up to and including CEO Sundar Pichai in response, Thompson wrote. Well, it's admirable to see the sort of damage control Google got into, and also the holding company in itself, Alphabet. But this is concretely a case where they tried to get away with some awful bullshit, and the awful bullshit that said Gemini AI software made, they just simply can't get away with it. That's exactly what happened, and that's why now they're trying to urgently roll back everything, especially since it's still a business in the end, and just like any business, you have to recoup your investment in such a way, which is why they're asking for the so-called advanced version, $20 a month. First of all, I wouldn't know why would somebody pay for AI. It doesn't matter who makes it. But a fool and his money need to be parted from each other as soon as possible, preferably by you, before anybody else gets the opportunity. However, this guy Ben Thompson, yes, he is mostly right when it comes to this, because I read several days ago related to this entire debacle with the Gemini and its generation of images relating to certain historical figures, which happen to come from Europe, that were turned into black people. Doesn't matter if he was a man or a woman. And if you want to look, there's plenty of evidence of this on the internet because it was this controversial. But definitely something has to change. There was this woman, I don't exactly remember her first name, but her family name was Janai, who was a parent, who was or either is, not exactly sure what her position is right now in the company, considering what happened. Uh, she's the perfect evidence of everything that is absolutely wrong with practicing this sort of employment. I can't exactly comment about her competence because I'm not exactly sure how much she contributed, but she was one of the head people when it came to designing this AI. Doesn't matter if it was called Bard or if it's the rebranded Gemini right now. And to nobody's surprise, Miss Chennai holds quite the extremist left-wing ideology mixed in with with other things from the same left-wing spectrum, whether it's feminism, moaning about the wage gap, how we don't have enough female executives in the company, how important her job is because she's a woman that's working on such an important project, but also very, very entrenched into social justice. And I'm pretty sure that she's definitely not the only person. And when this when this machine learning software has been developed, I'm pretty sure that that both her and other people when they program and they program these absurd limitations of the AI, which led to the things that we saw in the past few days. And uh, I'm pretty sure that whatever they intended from their position of absolutely having a compromised mentality, thanks to the ideology they harbor, has led exactly to this. Can't exactly expect more than that. That's exactly what happens when you're so ideologically charged. You cannot even have the slightest hint of vision, of vision in general, particularly when it comes to your own work. Well, truth be told, everybody to some extent does this sort of thing with programming limitations, and to when in case anybody wants to ask something particularly spicy on AI software, those limitations are programmed there, first of all, in order to protect the company developing it from not getting into legal hot water. What if, for example, you ask an AI how to make either certain very flammable or very explosive things, or you can ask him how to make certain pharmaceutical delights, or any other things like that. And such fuck-ups have existed. I remember a few months ago, it was exactly ChatGPT who did it, but the clever trick was that you couldn't ask it directly how to exactly give you the recipe, for example, to make napalm. Even though making napalm is actually easy if you know basic chemistry, but to stick to this point, if you knew how to ask him, or if you know how to make ChatGPT formulate the answer in a certain way related to your question, he would have managed to to give you what exactly you wanted, even if that thing well, it isn't exactly ideal to possess that sort of information, particularly when I'm not saying that the information itself is bad, but the issue comes with the people that get access to that sort of information and what they may do with it later. However, while this practice is to some extent normal and understandable, because when it comes to machine learning development, that's a very expensive process. Just imagine the amount of data that you require to teach the AI. Imagine how much processing power do you need to actually make it somewhat functional and relatively not just easy to use, but also quick to use. So you don't have to wait if you're prompted to tell you something, whatever. You don't have to wait for several minutes, but the answer comes in a few seconds. But for that answer to come in a few seconds, there's a lot of work that needs to be done in the programming language itself, but also when it comes to strictly accessing that information and to make it into at least an answer which is at least semi-comprehensible. Overall, my personal opinion about this AI business is that this is the new tech bubble. Swear to God, when it comes to technology, it's as if this planet hasn't learned absolutely anything about the previous tech bubbles themselves. And while fundamentally they kind of had some sort of right, they were to some extent right back in the days of the before the dot-com bubble burst. But overall, the tech sector in itself has also learned quite a lot of things, and they're sadly getting better when it comes to this playing on people's emotions, and and in order to surprise them with new features, and you have this new thing, and that new thing. Apple is the best example when it comes to such practices. You just simply have to look at any sort of release event that they had ever before Steve Jobs kicked the bucket. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But when it gets to such a level as it does these days, when possession of essentially what it is, a supercomputer with GPS in your pocket, which is exactly the same as this one, which I am using right now to record. It's it's something that's almost ubiquitous in the rest of the world. You can even find definitely a babushka somewhere in Siberia which can have a smartphone. Well, a pretty shitty one, but she does have a smartphone. So this thing with the AI is definitely nothing new. You don't even need to know advanced programming in order to get this. Decades before this entire hip thing with AI became a thing, there were two guys of I think in 1965 or 1967. They developed something called ELIZA. ELIZA was something that ran later on even on MS-DOS or or even earlier back on things like Commodore 64. And what ELIZA was is that ELIZA functions fundamentally exactly the same as any other sort of AI that you got today. In fact, it's even simpler because, well, programming in 1967 was nowhere as generous as it is today. You had very stringent limitations when it came to resources usage. And when you did the programming mostly on bare metal, meaning that your software would have had to interact directly with the processor and the memory and other things. Simply because there was exactly no other choice. But to get back to my point, ELIZA was I think 37 kilobytes or somewhere around that. But ELIZA did by itself exactly the same thing as what modern AIs do. Um, it provides the same answers. The only difference between ELIZA from several decades ago and modern AIs from now is definitely the scale of data which they have accessibility to. And even when it comes to that accessibility in itself, a lot of AI companies have gotten into hot water with all sorts of companies which host information and data of all sorts on the internet. To take for example, Musk himself said that at one point uh, OpenAI with a ChatGPT sniffed a lot of information from Twitter, even after he purchased it, without ever asking a thing. And they're not going to give exactly credit here to Elon Musk, but he's actually right from this point of view. Well, you as an AI company have nearly unrestricted access to all sorts of data and information from the internet. You compile you save that, and you come and you give it access to your AI software in order to learn. But then what you do is that you end up charging people again, because it's a business in the end, and the businesses have to make money, even those who are ideologically charged. What can I say? Reality tends to have a right-wing bias, but it gets access to all this information without restrictions, without even asking if well, we are from OpenAI. Can we please use the information from your website or from your group of websites in order to teach our AI how to provide good answers? Well, OpenAI didn't do this because it will not only have been a monumental job in itself, but it was also the path of least resistance. So, well, they're not gonna guess. So what they're gonna do? You can see exactly this thing happening when you look when you look specifically at the AI that generate images that caused an entire shitstorm in itself. Not just how many months ago there was this dude that submitted a a picture made in a more classical style, which was actually AI generated. And there was also, not long after, a protest by artists where, where their main gripe point was that, uh, said AI generating images, what they do is that they learn from their submissions and essentially steal their job. And but to some extent, well, they're fundamentally right there, even though what they post on the internet, which is not a private commission, is indeed of the public domain. Well, what is not part of the public domain is when a tertiary software gets a hold of your publications and it doesn't even tell you. Uh, it starts using it in order to teach itself how to generate something similar, something better based on the prompts that users input in the chat line. And the vast majority of companies also ask you for money in one way or another. It doesn't matter if you have to pay a monthly subscription or you have to pay for some sort of e-coins in order to use it. Well, what they're doing is that they're essentially making money off the backs of other people, but with many extra steps and with a lot more ambiguity in the middle. But this is what people sadly want. When there aren't sufficient people to bring this thing into the public discourse, that AI is definitely not something new. It's actually something really old. Kind of reminder what I said earlier about Eliza. Fundamentally, these AI softwares and Eliza in itself, they don't function at all differently. However, what these AI tech companies do, they also play on on the science fiction front because AI is something that a lot of science fiction writers wrote about over the course of the years or the decades, and everybody made their own sort of predictions. But that's also part of a very flawed understanding. Even though I can't say that I'm a fan, but I did find some pieces of sci-fi over the years uh, mm, pretty interesting. For one example that I can give right now is Gattaca. When we get back to the real world and we get away from what essentially, yeah, it is science fiction, but part of science fiction is exactly that part where it says fiction. It's not real. Not only it's not real, but at the same time, things don't function exactly the way that the authors described it. And to start with this, there are people, no, they're not exactly many. You can count them on two hands in the semiconductor industry, which are to some extent dreamers about achieving the singularity. What and what it means is that they're working very hard in order to advance this semiconductor technology, or at least processor technology, to the level where it can compete with the brains or whatever version of a brain as you can call it, from nature. First start with an insect, then start with with any animal. Then at some point it progresses up to the brain of an ape, then to the brain of a human, and then after that, may Allah shelter us from whatever will happen in that point when said processors will surpass the capacity of a human mind itself. While yes, in theory that is a possibility, although considering the current challenges in the semiconductor industry, and we will be talking more about this right at the end, because I got an article related to TSMC. The problem is that to make a simple comparison, so that everybody understands what exactly are the differences between the processors that we all have. Doesn't matter if it's on a phone or it's on a laptop, or if you have it in a machine. Those processors have been made initially, but even to this day, they still work fundamentally the same. They are very good at doing single-threaded work really fast, and that's true. They do found they from that perspective, they are light years away from what a human neuron is capable of. A human neuron, if I remember correctly, but don't quote me on it, it runs at a frequency of about zero point 0.2 hertz, while by comparison, the fastest single-threaded processor that used to exist, I think back in 2006 or 2007, or it could have probably been 2008, was a 3 gigahertz Intel Pentium, so thousands of times much faster. But where the problem with that is that while it's doing a job much better than a human neuron can. Well, what exactly distinguished us humans from every other animal on this planet? Our brains are larger, and since our brains are larger, there are many more neurons, which even though what a neuron in itself is slow, the brain, since it has so many neurons, it has, depending on estimates, between 40 to 80 million. Of course, there are differences between, not just between men and women, but also, but also the differences between other ways the brain itself developed in one individual. But let's say for the sake of this discussion, let's give an average of 60 million neurons. But those 60 million neurons themselves, they function as a gigantic parallelized unit. That's not something that processors can still do it yet. If you want to do something similar to this, you're gonna need probably more money than the GDP of the United States, and then probably more, and several nuclear power plants in order to in order to funnel the energy required to operate something like this. It's completely unfeasible. However, even though significant steps were done in these past years, take for example the multiple chip module design of AMD processors. So you no longer have a single monolithic piece, which has proven to be very expensive. That's one of the reasons why Intel started having significant financial issues once AMD became again their competition. So, simply because on a wafer in itself, which has I think a diameter of 4 meters, which is sort of standard in the industry. Well, you can definitely make much more smaller chips than to make one single chip, even if that single chip in itself will definitely run more efficiently than a multiple chip module, which acts as a processor. You still have the inherent limitations, which will be the defects that will invariably occur because the manufacturing technology, as much as its developers can, it's not perfect, and for whatever reason, because these companies are working in the single nanometer domain, it's invariable that you're going to have an issue in one way or another. Probably you have on a wafer a part of the said chip which doesn't function at all, or if it does function, it functions partially, or you have to simply throw away the entire chip because the defect that you found mm, affects it negatively. So you can't do anything with it because you'll be absolutely useless if you were to put it in a real use case scenario because said essential thing is not functioning. But to get back to my idea, even if progress has been made, so AMD in particular has advanced with parallelization of semiconductor CPUs quite significantly in these past years. Do you remember that? What was it? About 7 to 8 years ago, if you had a quad core, that was great. That was amazing. I myself had a quad core third generation Intel chip, which functioned really well. But once AMD started this new arms race, essentially with putting more and more cores, though though they also breach the limitations when it comes to the interconnectivity between the individual chip modules as well. So even if yes, you still do have some latency, it's still you can still compensate for that latency in another way by having much more parallelization. But we're still very far from that. And mm, as I said, even if progresses have been made, we're still very far from even conceiving at least some processor parallelization that would also function at the same time, similar to how, for example, well, whatever passes for a brain when it comes to an insect, or and let's not even say, let's not even compare with a bird, for example. We're still very far away from that, and it will probably take still many, many more years. Also because there's another limitation. So we discussed about the limitation that in order to make a parallel system to even start at a conceptual level to rival to rival brains of any sort, that's already horrendous expensive. But there's also the programming aspect of it. You have to shift the paradigm if you want to program a proper what was it called? It was called AGI, but I forget what the acronym stood for. More like artificial general intelligence. Yeah, I remember that right now. You'll have to be a paradigm shift to program such a thing, and to program such a thing that will take so much longer because that parallelization you have to integrate it in a way, and in order to integrate it, there are still many limitations to this day. It's uh, it's really difficult right now to even conceive such a thing because with current operating systems that everybody uses in one way or another to interact you between the computer and the components within that computer or within that server farm. Well, you use Windows, Linux, Mac. Well, even if Linux from a lot of points of view, it's very far forward compared to their competition. But they're far from the competition for completely other different reasons. There's a good reason, for example, why a lot of server farms and a lot of supercomputers run on Linux because well, Linux to some extent being open source, uh, that people programmed in such a way so that it's actually useful to what they're doing, which is why with Windows, even if it's Windows Server or whatever Windows Server version exists this day, because I really haven't checked since the days of Windows Server 2012. What is still got as proper enterprise software. Well, you can't exactly expect for a Windows to even register something like 100 server racks, and each server rack has uh, no, server towers, and each server tower has about 5 racks, and in those 5 racks you have in each single rack you have dual processors that each combined have got uh, 128 cores or 256 threads, probably 4 or 8 GPUs inside, or you have at one point a server rack for data storage, which is comprised of something like 48 hard drives, and that's just a single one. Can you imagine the scale? We can't do that. And since the to get back to my point again, to get to what these people dream about, I'm not going to say that it isn't a possibility. I also have my own limitations when it comes to when it comes to really deep technical knowledge like this. Well, some people who have deep technical knowledge about programming, and I'm pretty sure that they are good programmers because, well, they they learn how to program studying in assembly, and assembly is to this day one of the programming languages that's as close as possible when it comes to interaction between you and the computer to the components inside. It's a very low level meaning low to as close as you can get to the processors and the components when it comes to interacting with them. Well, they say that it's impossible. I say that I'm not exactly sure, although from uh, from the things that I know, it may not be a possibility, but who knows how things will change in the future. And what I mean by things changing in the future, that's also another different discussion, which for which we could sit here for another 2 hours discussing about well, the current limitations of silicon-based semiconductors, the ever increasing issues where even companies that have essentially unlimited funding when it comes to chip development, like TSMC, even even they have more and more issues, and to fix those issues in order to increase their production yields in order to also increase their profits as well. The investments required in order to make chips smaller and smaller are getting exponentially more expensive. And who do you think that's gonna pay for those expensive expenses? Well, first the companies contracting them, and some companies contracting them to make those chips, they'll pass it on to their consumers. Why do you think, for example, if uh, to give you a good example, back in the days of the GTX 1080, so that was what was it? I think 6 years ago, or something like that. It was considered expensive that for a GTX 1080 you would have had to spend, I think it was like $500, and these days in order to get at least the second tier top of the line, that costs you more than double at MSRP. Well, why do you think it's like that? Well, also because Nvidia itself wants to make money, which is perfectly understandable. The responsibility of a business is to create money for its shareholders, but at the same time, because also development costs have increased and manufacturing costs have increased. So NVIDIA itself doesn't make any chips whatsoever. It doesn't have foundries, just like AMD in itself. Well, the AMD used to have foundries, but they gave up after many years when they saw the sheer problems that they had in lacking the know-how when it comes to manufacturing. They were decent in design, bare a few fuck-ups they had in their past. But when it came to manufacturing, that's an entirely different ball game. That's an entirely different ball game, and in these days, considering how technology has progressed, it's a very risky endeavor, which already comes with a gigantic upfront cost, and also comes with a very steep learning curve. Unless by some miracle you can poach competent people working at the already established semiconductor manufacturing companies, so TSMC, Samsung, Intel, and maybe some Chinese companies, but yeah, the Chinese. Enough said. So everybody wants to progress at some point in order to provide better and better things, but said better and better things, even if they are in most cases 5 to 15% better. Well, the costs aren't exactly only 5 to 15% better. They're much higher than that. As I mentioned, not just because they want to make a profit themselves, but also because they also have to pay the ever increasing costs of offering to the end consumers or prosumers or enterprise users better and better things, and said better and better things, even if they're marginally better. Especially when we discuss about enterprise users, those so those institutions or companies to which even 5 to 10%, when you scale it up at the level of an entire server farm or several server farms, good take for example Amazon Web Services here, that makes an enormous difference. Makes an enormous difference for their business to have things that are better, even if the cost will be higher. Will at one point the costs do get higher, but at the same time the performance also gets much better, and with much better performance and with much higher capacity, well, we can have more users. We can offer a more seamless user experience to their customers in the end. That's how this world functions. That's how this business functions. Now, as I traditionally already, since I've done the same thing in the previous podcast, rambled a bit too much about the first news article, let's continue. Reuters. Extremism is US voters' greatest worry, Reuters/Ipsos poll finds. Worries about political extremism or threats to democracy have emerged as a top concern for US voters and an issue where President Joe Biden has a slight advantage over Donald Trump ahead of the November election, a new Reuters/Ipsos poll showed. Some 21% of respondents in the three-day poll, which closed on Sunday, said political extremism or threats to democracy was the biggest problem facing the US, a share that was marginally higher than those who picked the economy, 19%, and immigration, 18%. Biden's Democrats considered extremism by far the number one issue, while Trump's Republicans overwhelmingly chose immigration. Extremism was in the independents' top concern, cited by almost a third of independent respondents, followed by immigration, cited by about 1 in 5. The economy ranked third. During and since his presidency, Trump has kept up with a steady drumbeat of criticism of US institutions, claiming the 4 criminal prosecutions he faces are politically motivated and holding to his false claims that his 2020 election defeat was the result of widespread fraud. That rhetoric was central to his message to supporters ahead of the January 6, 2021 assault on the US Capitol. Overall, 34% of respondents said Biden had a better approach for handling extremism, compared to 31% who said Trump, the frontrunner for the Republican presidential nomination. The poll helps show the extent to which Biden's re-election bid could rely on voters being motivated by their opposition to Trump rather than enthusiasm over Biden's candidacy. Biden approval dips. Biden's approval rating poll in the poll, 37%, was close to the lowest level of his presidency and down a percentage point from a month earlier. 9 out of 10 Democrats approved of his performance, and the same share of Republicans disapproved, while independents were slightly skewed towards disapproval. But 44% of Democrats said extremism was their top issue, compared to 10% who said the economy, the second most picked concern. Prior Reuters/Ipsos polls did not include political extremism as an option for respondents to select as the country's biggest problem. Biden's re-election campaign has focused its messaging on the dangers to democracy posed by Trump, whose many legal problems include criminal charges tied to his efforts to overturn his loss to Biden in the 2020 presidential election. Other polls have shown Biden's supporters are more motivated by their opposition to Trump rather than by their support for the president. Trump has pleaded not guilty to all charges he faces, which he claims are a part of a conspiracy by Democrats to derail his return to the White House. Trump has regularly launched verbal attacks against the prosecutors and judges handling his civil and criminal cases, and a Reuters review earlier this month has found that serious threats to U.S. federal judges have more than doubled over the past 3 years. While 38% of Republicans in the poll cited immigration as the top issue for the country, a significant proportion, 13%, picked extremism, a sign that Trump's own claims about the danger to the nation posed by the far left Democrats also resonate with his base. The economy, which has suffered under high inflation for most of Biden's presidency, was the second biggest issue among Republicans, with 22% saying it weighed the most. The economy has long been a sore spot for Biden. 39% of poll respondents said Trump had a better approach to the economy compared to 33% who said Biden did. Trump led Biden 36 to 30% when it came to having a better approach to foreign conflicts, though few Democrats or Republicans consider those issues to be top national priorities. The Reuters/Ipsos poll gathered responses online from 1,020 adults using a nationally representative sample and had a margin of error of about 3 percentage points. Well, to start with the issues about this poll in itself, well, you have got online answers from 1,020 adults, meaning that said adults had to have access to internet in itself. I'm pretty sure that well, even if internet could be available in some places like I don't know, rural can't say exactly rural Kentucky, but let me just say one of those places where coal mines used to exist or they're still functional. I'm pretty sure those sort of people will not be the type to go on online polls in order to answer such questions. So it's most likely that the nationally representative sample, although I haven't looked deep enough into the poll itself, well, that's already flawed from the start. But if it was, for example, a telephone poll, and the responses would have looked slightly differently. But to get the idea behind this entire poll in itself, this is the perfect evidence, as flawed as it is, how polarized the society is, and how each side of this polarity is brainwashed in its own way. Although when it comes to the Democrat supporters, they are infinitely more brainwashed than the Republicans can ever be. And this poll in itself shows exactly this thing. And what you mean here that well, threats to democracy are their top issue. What exactly is a threat to democracy? How exactly can you define that to me? I've already seen several variations of this argument. Well, a threat to democracy is because the Trump or supporters of Trump orchestrated the insurrection at the U.S. Capitol back in 2021. Well, first of all, that not only that wasn't an insurrection because if it really was an insurrection, well, things would have looked much worse than they would have been. Well, I haven't seen armed people there. I haven't seen the protesters beating the shit out of other police officers or any security personnel. I haven't seen elected officials of the federal government being dragged on the street and end up getting tarred and feathered or other things like that. That's a perfect case of how brainwashed these people are. They still consider 3 years after it happened that it was still an insurrection. And I remain of the opinion that there was significant foul play involved in how that 2020 election went on. There will be absolutely no way that you can convince me that about 84%, what is it, 84 million Americans voted in 2020. It's not that they just voted for Biden himself. When Biden himself, does anybody remember something relevant that Biden did back when he was still vice president? Because I personally don't remember too many things that he did. And that was the day when he was still well, when we still had as we say in Romania, um, all the pieces of the roof already there. Well, he definitely doesn't have them, which is why since uh, this thing happened before he got elected, but after he got elected, things ended up being much worse with him blabbering randomly about things, with how he imagined shaking hands with God knows who. How recently he brought up references to François Mitterrand, which not only hasn't been what the president of the French Republic for so many years, but also he's been dead for many years. But to get back to what I was saying about the threat to democracy part. Well, excuse me, but last time I checked, the US is not exactly a democracy. The US is a federalized republic. It's a federalized republic with a significant degree of autonomy, which is well, and by autonomy I mean the autonomy to each state in part. In while in some there are some concessions, like for example, Texas still has the secession clause that's been approved by the federal government, and it's still part of the Texas Constitution. But the rest function more or less on the same playing field. When a federal election happens, the election organization happens at a state level. It doesn't happen at a federal level. You don't have a central electoral agency which sits in Washington D.C. that makes decisions about electoral procedures or other things like that. Things are still done and will still be done at the state level. And there are also differences when it comes to how Senate elections function. In some places, for example, even if say the Republicans would win in a certain red state, well, that certain red state, generally all the delegates go to the Republican winner, but there could also be exceptions. Well, one could simply say, well, yes, the people have voted for for this guy to be president, but for whatever reason, I don't agree with it. So I'm not going to submit myself to be to end up being a Republican delegate or a Democrat delegate. There have been certain instances when that happened in 2020, although I can't exactly give an example about what state it was. Overall, I remain but I stand by what I said years ago on the podcast carried out on the sofa, even though I still remain at this point that this will be a very complicated year. It will be a very complicated election because we still don't know sufficient things. We're already at the end of February, and who knows? Nobody still knows who exactly the nominees are, not on the Democrat side and not on the Republican side either. And I mean the real nominees who actually have a shot. If you're not going to convince me that Biden will run again, considering all the health issues he's got, and also all the honk stuff that he already went through and entertained us publicly. Same thing for the Republicans, even though Trump indeed does have quite a lot of traction. The Republican National Congress still hasn't happened, and he hasn't been nominated yet as being the Republican frontrunner. Who knows? Surprises may appear. However, getting back to the statement I made on the sofa years ago, what I think that will happen is that looking at the issues within the Democrat Party, where you have essentially two generations in there. You have the really old people, the establishment, so that would be Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, who are already of very, very old age, who also maintain the most sway and power within the Democrat Party. On the other side, you have the youngish lunatics like the Squad, like Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, and and I'm pretty sure everybody who has followed the news in one way, shape, or form know about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, how much of a lunatic she is, and she also has Ilhan Omar, who's still. Let's remember that Ilhan Omar, what was it? Married her brother. Yeah, married her brother in order to gain U.S. citizenship. So, so those are the real two choices. You have very few individuals in the middle. One name that pops up semi-constantly was Gavin Newsom. Well, and then Gavin Newsom, while indeed he's also not in the age group nearly deceased, but he's also not in the age group of full-on leftist Bolshevik lunacy. He still has his own issues and skeletons in the closet. For example, the way the state of California has been led and managed by mostly him in the past few years. If you want to run a counter campaign against Gavin Newsom, what you have to do is as a political operative, you just simply get your car or get a plane ticket, you fly to San Francisco, and then you go into shops and then you can see uh, how many aisles are closed with a lock and key, simply because uh, At least at the San Francisco level, every theft below $900 is considered a misdemeanor, another felony. Or on the other side, you have shops that post prices like $999 for like a pack of toothpaste. But when you end up at the counter in order to pay, well, you're not going to pay $999 for that toothpaste, but you will see uh, you will see on the paper from the cashier that is going to be a 999 discount to the level where you actually have a reasonable price. So I'm just gonna say here $1.79 or $2.79 for that pack of for that pack of toothpaste. Even though Gavin Newsom personally is not responsible for that, but the fact that that stuff happens in his own state, that's already bad. That's already bad enough. However, when it comes to the political machinations and the sort of shenanigans that were pulled in the 2020 election, I said on the sofa that even though Biden won, not only that you can't convince me that 84 million people unironically voted for him, because I'm pretty sure 84 million people do not exactly like Biden. But at the same time, yes, you do have a good part that just voted for Biden in order to not vote for Trump. But still, the number in itself uh, that that would imply that the Biden has some sort of demigod popularity, which is definitely not the case. He definitely wasn't the sort of guy to have that much gravitas in order to get to that level. Um, I'm pretty sure I missed the part where Joe Biden or Joseph Robinette Biden is some sort of modern Teddy Roosevelt. No, he definitely isn't. So there's definitely something fishy there, and that's as much as I can say publicly about how fishy the situation of his election is. What I can say is that with a degree of certainty, he's not going to run for a second term, by considering his health situation. So there'll be somebody else, but as I can say, it remains to be seen in the near future what's exactly going to happen. Moving on to this wonderful island called Airstrip 1, Daily Mail, saying the most qualified person should get the job is a microaggression. Britain's top universities insist. Britain's top universities warn staff and students that saying the most qualified person should get a job is a microaggression. Russell Group universities, including the University of Glasgow, have issued guidance and even provided training courses to educate people on how to eliminate microaggressions. Guidance from the Scottish University alongside the Engineering Department of Imperial College London insisted that using the phrase was discriminatory. Glasgow University's guidance is the latest advice from the anti-racism campaign, and the university explained that the phrase ignored the idea that race plays a part in life success. The top university said that other examples of microaggressions, subtle or thinly veiled everyday forms of discrimination, could include telling people that everyone can succeed if they work hard enough. The university suggested that the statement meant that some people only got their job to tick a box or to fill a quota. No lies detected. Other examples of microaggressions included using phrases like men and women have equal opportunities for achievement and positive action is racist. Newcastle University warned students and staff not to respond to discussions around police brutality, with white people get killed by the police too, the Telegraph reported. These recent statements and guidance were revealed by the Committee for Academic Freedom, a group of academics worried about the erosion of free speech on campus. Dr. Edward Skidowski, a philosophy professor at the University of Exeter and director of CAF, was alarmed by these statements and expressed fears over a lack of free speech on university campuses. He said, by campaigning against questioning and denial, these universities are advocating an uncritical acceptance of statements in the various, undefined areas that they refer to. The effect, again, is to undermine a culture of free inquiry. Chris McGovern, the chairman of the Campaign for Real Education, said, "It would seem that the woke virus has infected universities in a major way. It is cowardly. Universities are supposed to show their intelligence and reason, and they are disapplying their intelligence and reason in order to pursue the woke agenda." Chris McGovern, the chairman of the Campaign for Real Education, said, "It would seem that the woke virus has affected universities in a major way. It is cowardly. Universities are supposed to show their intelligence and reason, and they are disapplying their intelligence and reason in order to pursue the woke agenda." I'm not exactly sure why the article repeated this statement twice. The universities were contacted for comment. This latest move by the UK's top universities follows the revelation that more than half of Britain's universities are peddling controversial and radical woke ideologies on students, according to a damning league table. Some of the nation's most prestigious institutions are poisoning the minds of generations to come, critics said last night, by subjecting undergraduates and academics to trigger warnings and guidance on white privilege. Elite Russell Group universities dominate the table, accounting for 8 of the top 10 spots. Cambridge and Oxford came first and second, having introduced the unconscious bias and race workshops for freshers, followed by the University of Bristol, which has outlawed words such as mankind to avoid causing offence. These findings were slammed as disturbing by free speech campaigners and MPs who say a dark shadow of political correctness has now fallen over our most sought-after universities. Compiled by Dr. Richard Norrie, a researcher at the think tank Civitas, the table revealed that 62% of 137 universities were found to reference trigger warnings, and 79 institutions mentioned white privilege in guidance to staff and students. Well, considering what Chris McGovern said, the woke virus has infected academia for a long time. And since a vast majority of universities in this country, which I sadly still live in, they're getting money from the government in one way or another, plus being also enticed by themselves to still be as less reliant on the government, but with not much accountability to its paying customers. This sort of thinking came down from the government itself, because the government in itself is absolutely bonkers about trying to perceive the what I would call from now on the cohabiting nations as some sort of oppressed class who require privileges in order to succeed in life, even though they are not interested in this, and the evidence, the way I see it from here on the ground, is pretty clear. And with this wokeness, things will only get worse up until the point when things will stop. It is definitely not a secret that not just the cohabiting nations minority, but also the females, quite plenty of them were suddenly employed in order to fill a quota, because there are incentives to fill that quota, whether they come in the form of tax breaks or even worse. Although I haven't exactly looked deep enough into the laws of the UK, but what I know is that there is a government guidance that said that at least a third of the board members of a company, which I think has at least 15 million pounds, so that'll be 50 million pounds market value, should have at least a third of board members female. And when it comes to universities, to go many steps further to say that well if the best, the most competent person should get the job, and that is a microaggression. Well, what can I say? You don't have me to tell you how absolutely idiotic that is. Here I will refer to uh, a clip to that one comedian, which I've seen exactly last night, said about something similar to this. He talked about United Airlines from the US, saying that United Airlines, starting from this year, when they will be employing their pilots, they will be focusing entirely on diversity. He looks at the audience shocked and then insists on this point. On diversity, on diversity. Well, everybody in that room started laughing, and he continued saying, "Well, well, I don't exactly like to fly too much these days. Yes, with these white pilots who land safely and arrive on time. I want to live a bit more dangerously." At some point, now to get back to the serious stuff, this will have really ugly consequences. And the consequences have already been obvious ever since this entire push also infected other domains in countries where policies or guidances like these don't exist. One great example is the IT sector. Even if the IT sector definitely employs many more people outside of powerhouses like the US or the UK or countries in Western Europe, but there's subsidiaries in places like in Eastern Europe and Southeast Asia or the Indian subcontinent. Since they are subsidiaries, well, the parent company dictates exactly how they should function. And as we've seen that the most woke radicalism of this sort is especially peddled by not just a lot of IT companies themselves, but also by their employees. Well, you're costing you're costing other people the their destiny fulfilled, because that's exactly what happens. And also, to go a little bit personally into this, in the accounting domain, which I am part of, I was looking at temporary job opportunities. And in the accounting domain, there are four big companies, and those said four companies also are infected with this Vogue virus themselves. I'll give you a very good example. When it came to recruitment for 1 year internships, the selection and application deadlines for the majority of the people of a specific race that mostly look like me have closed down in November last year. However, for females and cohabiting nations, they have special events for themselves, and the bias there is very obvious. And said bias has cost in the past and will definitely cost in the future uh, a lot of people a lot of opportunities. And to some extent, that may cost me as well in the future when the preference is to essentially fill a quota and tick a box. You're simply employing people specifically for that. Reasons differ, whether it's to get still lucrative ESG loans or whatever other financial incentives either the government or other companies or other funds invested in you offer. We're still getting at the bottom line here. It's still a very awful way of doing things, which also at the same time hurts the said cohabiting minorities and the women as well, because the perception is already there. The perception is already there, even for the cohabiting nations or the women, which have proven to be really competent. That still hurts them internally when it comes to their reputation, because to the rest of the people who are not part of the aforementioned two groups, they will be perceived, they are perceived now, they've been perceived in the past, but this is a thing that will increase more and more over time, the more these insidious schemes will keep on functioning. They will they will still be perceived as they weren't hired for the competence and then they were hired to just fill a quota, or there was sort of there was this sort of outright favoritism. So in the end, not only you hurt the chances and the possibilities, and also the performance of those who are really competent. And I can vouch for this because I know both minorities and women who in their own fields are excellent, but those who are excellent, they all complained about the same thing. They're looked down by their peers who are not part of those two special interest groups, simply because even if you were to explain to them that no, I wasn't employed in order to fill a quota, you may explain to them, but that doesn't mean that they will exactly believe you. And I personally can't blame them for not believing you as an individual. And that's the problem with the really competent people who happen to be part of those special interest groups and who excel. Worse so is the absolute imbalance when said companies recruit cohabiting nations or women who are not competent in their field, who are not even mediocre, but who are actually really bad at their jobs. But they have been recruited and they will be pushed forward, or if they haven't been pushed forward to get to get better positions in the company. Uh, they're also completely destroying the feng shui of the internal functionality of the company in itself. I'll give you a good example. If your boss is a woman or a cohabiting minority, and if you've been there for long enough in the company to either work with said woman or minority, or even if you've heard from other people who are older in the company that either worked or shared stories about this specific person, and at least a good part of them will say, well, she isn't exactly too good at her job, or he isn't exactly too good at his job, or what happens to be more the case. either struggling because said job or said occupation requires a certain level of competence, but said people don't have that level of competence, so the competence level is much lower. So when that happens, the disturbance in the entire way of working will be obvious because yeah, when it comes to a group or a unit or a project where more people are involved, such people drag you down. Either they drag you down by not doing work as they should be, or not doing work altogether. There have been a lot of cases like this. You just have to ask your friends working in corporations in the West, especially those who work in big corporations, regarding this, and and especially if they're not the ideologically charged sort of leftists, because those sort of people will definitely cover for the lack of competence of these people. Uh, those that actually prize the part where competence does matter, and the competence should be the defining factor between you getting a job and you also holding your job and you also progressing. Well, what exactly do you think will happen? There's also this clear interest from inside the company. Amazon in itself has launched this accidental red pill upon the larger public when they put in their warehouse the minorities and the white majority to squabble between each other. Uh, they've mentioned that they did this specifically in order to prevent the formation of labor unions within the company. So the rationale there is pretty clear. I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell people here. If you don't know, you can search for yourself the absolute awful conditions that Amazon workers have in their warehouse. Absurd things like time the bathroom breaks, and at some point, although I think this happened in the US, not in the UK, they had at some point cages where people sat in order to do their work, and also maniacal managers who controlled and berated you at every moment's notice when you either fell below the absurdly high key performance indicators, or if you were or if you spent 30 seconds to a minute more in the bathroom than you normally should have. Crazy stuff like this. But to get back to this thing with preferential treatment, depending on whether you have a bonus hole or if your skin color is different than the majority, the consequences will be seen at some point pretty quickly. And if this will persist, the companies will realize at some point, sometimes when it will probably be way too late, that what they decided to do well, was not only wrong. It was not only wrong on a fundamental level, both for the majority employees, but also undermining the special interest groups. But there's also this thing that is worth mentioning. In a lot of cases, people have left companies, competent people have left companies in the past, and they will definitely do in the future in the future again, because rather than progressing based on your performance, the preference of the company in order to fill their diversity quotas for whatever reason, they've advanced in position somebody else. That also used to be done, and it still is to to some extent, but not in the West, because in the West, thanks to Me Too, uh, that's definitely a very dangerous thing already. But up until this rampant feminism and the Me Too movement, there were quite a lot of instances when, for example, uh, women progressed into leadership positions because they knew exactly who to suck off under the desk. Is that exactly honest? Well, no, it isn't. And but at least the woman in that point used something advantageous to her, even if, yes, I agree with you, that is very degenerate. But it already happened. Now it's exponentially worse than the aforementioned scenario. And there is also the obvious very soon when the performance on average of the company will drop. They will start asking questions. Well, why does the performance drop? Aren't people doing their job? Well, no, you can't say that people aren't doing their job, because that's a microaggression, and that's racism, and that's sexism. Well, congratulations. What can you say? You dug your hole deep enough. Now lay in it. Continuing on with Airstrip 1, The Guardian. Birthrate in UK falls to record low as campaigners say procreation a luxury. Total fertility was 1.49 children per woman in 2022 amid rising housing and childcare costs. Campaigners have warned that procreation has become a luxury item after it emerged that the fertility rate in England and Wales had fallen to its lowest level since records began in 1939. Official figures from the Office of National Statistics show the total fertility, calculated based on the birth rate across different age groups, fell to 1.49 children per woman in 2022. This is well below the rate of 2.1 needed to maintain a steady population without significant immigration. In total, there were 605,479 live births in 2022, according to the ONS, down 3.1% from a year earlier, and the lowest number since 2002. Falling birth rates since 2010 have already prompted school closures in many areas in recent years, including central London. Dr. Mary Ann Stevenson of the Women's Budget Group, which campaigns for more support for families, said, "We need the babies who are born now because they will be the people whose taxes pay for our healthcare. These will be the people looking after us in our old age. These will be the doctors and nurses and care workers of the future." Stevenson said tackling the issue was not about persuading people to become parents, but making sure that we have systems in place to support those people who want children to have children. She pointed to unaffordable housing as a significant factor. Campaigners also warned that the rocketing childcare costs were likely to have contributed to some women's decision not to have children, or to have fewer children than they would have liked. Joelle Brearley, chief executive of Pregnant and Screwed, said, "It is no surprise to us that fertility rates have hit the floor. Procreation has become a luxury item in the UK. Childcare costs are excruciating, and that's if you can secure a place. Our research found that almost half of parents have been plunged into debt or had to use savings to pay for their childcare bill," she added. Uh, Phoebe Arslangic Little, head of the New Deal for Parents and the conservative think tank Onward, said, "We are essentially pricing people out of parenthood with a panoply of material issues: the housing crisis, the childcare costs, the poor availability of IVF on the NHS." She called for more support for parents in the tax and welfare systems, adding, "We don't do a good enough job of reflecting the actual contribution that parents are making." The wider economic climate is also known to be a factor. Research published by the Bank of England in 2020 suggested that the sharp reduction in interest rates at the time of the global financial crisis may have led to as many as 15,000 extra babies being born the following year because households were handed a financial windfall. The ONS data also showed that women are tending to have children later. The fertility rate was highest among women aged 30 to 34, whereas before 2002 it was higher in the 25 to 29 age group. Fertility rates have also been falling across much of Europe in recent years, with women having fewer children and having them later in life. Politicians in the UK tended to be wary of encouraging people to have more children for fear of being seen to interfere in voters' private lives. But some Conservatives have recently raised the alarm. Miriam Cates, a backbench MP, warned last year that falling birth rates were the one overarching threat to that British conservatism and to the whole of Western society. Oh, there are several things to say about this article. First of all, let me just get to the quote from that woman from Dr. Marianne Stevenson. So we need babies who are born now because they will be the people whose taxes pay for our healthcare. While I agree that you're right, that's not something that you're meant to say in public, because that is a very cynical view. That's a very dehumanizing point of view to make public. You're essentially transforming the children born now and later as essentially the cash cows of the state. Congratulations. That's not exactly how you do public discourse. This is a major fuck up of you. To continue on with the arguments raised by this article, well, what exactly did you expect that it was going to happen, considering the things that went on in the past few years? While a subscriber in the previous podcast said in the comment section that well, the UK has been in constant decline since 1918 and also in 1939 as well, also in 1945. Let's remember that the UK still had public rationing up until 1953. But let's treat it segmented. We're going to talk about recent history here. Well, when you, the government, when the pandemic happened, you resorted to draconian measures. You resorted to locking down the people in order to protect the NHS, the people to protect to be able to protect the state, and not just to protect the state, but to protect that deeply messed up institution which which has acted and still acts as of a financial black hole. Doesn't matter how much money you shove into it, the problems will never get fixed. When a lot of people lost their jobs after the lockdowns, other people were forced to reconvert professionally and do something else, and not in a lot of cases they ended up doing something more financially lucrative. but also one of the foundations of building a family is also for that family to have its own place. How exactly do you expect a family to have its own place where, for example, in the town that I live in, you have a two-bedroom apartment that goes for £250,000, and a three-bedroom house goes for almost £400,000 at sale price. Okay, I agree that this is definitely not the case everywhere, but the ever-increasing trend of housing costs is already there. Some of it, yes, it can be attributed to external investors because the UK still has this thing with golden visas. If certain individuals invest mm, some 1, 2 million or something pounds, they they end up getting British passports. But but while those did influence negatively housing markets in places like London or in the area around London or other places which could be considered attractive from a foreign real estate investment point of view. Well, what about the rest? Does it exactly make sense in a place where there aren't exactly that many jobs for a house to cost quite the absurd amount of money? Not to mention the cost of living crisis, which is real. Uh, insurance prices for cars have doubled since the pandemic. The insurance companies blamed it on the inflation, but last time I checked, the inflation wasn't accumulated 100%. And in in the landscape of this country, where the trains used to function normally in the past, but now once every few months you have a strike, and then when they have a strike, well, good luck getting to work. You can't, and especially if you work in a sector where you can't exactly do things remotely. Take for example an industry job. Nobody's going to put a robot with hands in your place that you can control by joysticks from the coziness of your own home in order to pick the part that you need to take off from the assembly line or to assemble said specific thing that you're meant to do. You're screwed in that moment because you're not going to get paid for not working in that day, and that adds extra strain little by little to the little things you got now. In continuation, the general outlook. The government itself said not too long ago that the UK is officially in recession. It was already showing the signs of a recession, but right now, when even the government says it, then you know it's real. And things aren't going to get much better in the future, considering that local elections are going to come soon, and the voting people of this country, they will act in a bipolar way, being upset on the Tories. They're going to vote for Labour because Labour appears to be the better option, not because they may be better, but because they're not Tories, not taking into consideration other parties. Just as I mentioned in the previous podcast, Reform UK, they may not be perfect, they may have some lunatics, but at least there are small guarantees that they can manage this, especially the situation with the economy slightly better because they got better consultants and more qualified people for such a thing there compared to career politicians or opportunists. But there's also this very last thing that I wanted to address regarding this topic. I agree, and I've seen how much childcare costs skyrocketed, just like a lot of other things. However, I am to put here a question. Way before institutionalized education of this level existed, doesn't matter if we're talking about kindergarten or schools, but let's stick strictly to kindergarten and the childcare costs up until the kid gets to the age of when he's meant to go to school. Well, in apparently in prehistory, the responsibility of raising the children at that age level up until they were old enough to go to school was the responsibility of the parents, not the responsibility of childcare. More so, more so when it's not even an issue related to costs, but also an issue related to places that you can send your kid to in order for you, the woman, to go to work. And here I'm going to make a clear reference to you, the woman, because mm, uh, in the family structure that apparently is no longer a thing in a lot of places in the Western world, the man was the breadwinner, and the woman would take care of raising the children, along with along with other responsibilities. If I remember correctly, I discussed exactly in the first article in the last podcast about the sheer lunacy that everything has gotten more expensive across the board to the level that to be you as the man, the single breadwinner of the family, is something that is almost inconceivable if you are a salaried worker. But if you are a salaried worker, well, you better either have really good luck to end up in a position where you'll be paid a lot, or you end up having a successful business that would make you that much money. But while those exceptions still exist, they used to be the norm. Let's remember baby boomers in the 1960s. Back then, you could have a house, two cars, your wife stay at home, and two to three children, uh, all all held up financially by the single man that would have worked a blue collar job. So that was possible back then. Okay, those blue collar jobs kind of no longer exist these days, thanks to globalization and deindustrialization and general opportunism of those business owners in their ever growing crusade to make things as cheap as possible and to sell them for as much as possible. But to get back to my point, if you see that your children can't be taken care of because creche or kindergarten costs so much, even if you had the money and you've made a calculation for yourself that it will be cheaper to send your kid or your children to childcare, but you will still be earning much more money if you were to be working. Or even better, if you don't have any space period to put your child, and you don't even have other family members of the kid, aunts, uncles, grandparents mostly, at least from the culture I come in. In such instances, grandparents used to be the option. I personally got sent many summers to my grandparents, and not just because um, both of my parents were working day and night, but because living in the capital was awfully boring. You live in you live in the capital. My parents wanted sort of people to afford to send me to some sports class or some sort of other vocational activities or what other stuff like that. So their option to get me to socialize more when I was young and still in primary school was to send me to my grandparents. It was at least more fun. Well, since they lived in you could call it they lived in a city, but it was in a city surrounded by rural areas, and everybody had houses, and then everybody had children. I managed to get much more interaction that way with children, definitely much more and even more beneficial than the interaction I would have gotten at school. Especially because, well, during the summer vacation, the best thing that people do is they go on vacations. And if you're the one that you're stuck in the city, well, almost everybody is gone on vacation, God knows where, either to their own grandparents or they're gone with their parents on another vacation, whether within the country or outside the country. It sucks. Not to mention the distances. Even if there are there aren't any issues with having to send your 7-year-old or your 8-year-old kid even to the end of the city, as long as you explain to him what bus or tram or metro he should take, how he should pay for those, and things like that. Well, that's still difficult. But to get back, if you see and you haven't got any opportunity, if you were to remain at home and take care of the children, you'll be giving them a gigantic head start in life because there's one thing to for you as a parent to educate the children. It doesn't matter if it's the mom and dad, but overall, every kid needs two parents in order to have the best shot at having a reasonable life in the future and to not be full of dysfunctionalities and other problems. However, would you really want to absolve yourself of your responsibility since you're the one that made the children in the end? It was your decision to do so, and it was a mutual decision because for to have a kid you need a man and a woman, and then you know what has to happen in order to conceive the said kid. Well, if the assuming that you have the kid or the children, you are also interested in seeing them succeed at some point. Do you really think that they can succeed when you delegate the responsibility of their education to an unknown person, to an unknown person or unknown individuals in a childcare institution like a kindergarten when you got two or three people that are meant to maintain discipline and also pay attention to about 20 or 30 kids. Have, have you got any idea how difficult that is? And then for so much time in a day, every day, that's very exhausting work. You can't do that constantly. Not to mention the other bullshit that the child might be fed with without you knowing, especially if you're the part of the boring category of you get kids and then you have expectations that the kindergarten should educate them or the school should educate them. You know who you are because I've seen you. Simple to take for example, like I mentioned last week. Having Pidar propaganda shoved down their throats with I don't know, Isabella, the Hispanic kid, has two dads or has two moms, one which is butch and the other one which is submissive, or other sorts of odious shit that that they can peddle. If you ever come to the realization as a parent, if you're that sort of person who essentially had children just to succeed at procreation and then that's it, you finished your job, you'll pay the consequences for that later on. Because when said children will be dysfunctional in life and they will have and they'll have many issues by themselves at a mental level, but also developmental level when it comes to their own personalities. When when instead of pursuing something lucrative, yes, financially lucrative for their lives, they will still remain dependent on you, the parents. And I can't exactly blame them for remaining dependent on you, even if they're of a much older age. And if they won't end up dependent on you, they will end up being dependent on the state, on all sorts of welfare or unemployment benefits. And I personally can't blame them because to a great part, you are the ones that contributed to this. You didn't pay attention to their education. You didn't get involved in their education and upbringing. And when you let your kids grow like trees in whichever direction, you shouldn't be surprised of the results. Simple as that. Now, to continue on with an interview which I personally found very interesting and definitely worth commenting on. European conservative. Eastern Europe could be where Western civilization makes its stand. An interview with Jordan Peterson. At the end of October, London Magazine hosted a conservatively minded gathering called the Alliance for Responsible Citizenship. Inspired and started by world-renowned Professor Jordan Peterson, this conference-style event aimed at giving voice to those thinking about saving and strengthening Judeo-Christian civilization instead of letting it slide into a controlled decline amidst post-colonial guilt and moral relativism. About 1,500 people, mostly from Europe and Anglo-Saxon countries, were invited to share ideas and start building an international community. Legacy media nicknamed it Anti-Davos, and maybe rightly so. Time will tell if it can live up to that designation. Yet the challenges that created a dire need for such an alliance are here and ever present. Vytautas Sinica from Lithuania sat down with Dr. Peterson to talk about the troubling effect of ideologies, cultural Marxism in particular, and the unique role that might be awaiting Eastern and Central Europe in the culture war ahead. Hello, Professor. Thank you for speaking with me. You came to Lithuania last month, and it was the first time you visited, if I am not mistaken. Yes. What brought you to this region? Any particular reason? Well, personally, I'm interested in seeing as much of the world as I can. We had the opportunity to do a European tour, and I very much enjoyed touring through Eastern Europe all the times I've done it. And so, we haven't been to Lithuania, and the opportunity opened up. That was the generality of the reason. When you plan a tour, there are a variety of considerations that go into it. The theater has to be available, it has to be of the right size, and then it has to be available when you're near, so you can sequence it. So there are lots of considerations for which routes and which countries might be taken. And I indicated to my agents as well that I would like to spend more time in Eastern Europe. The reason for that was that I suspect that Eastern Europe, and this would include the Baltic states, has a key role to play in the reversal of this trend towards moral Marxism and the culture wars that are presently raging. You guys had Marxism for 7 decades and haven't forgotten, whereas we are too foolish in the West to have any idea of what that means. So those ideas that virtually destroyed you are still attractive to the people here in the West, but they are not that attractive to people in Eastern Europe, the Baltic states, and not even to people on the left. So, I can say that Eastern Europe and the Baltic states have had some success in resisting the ideas that have made more impact in the West. You were kind of the first person to introduce the term cultural Marxism to the mass media, or at least give it the biggest stage so far, but it is still not widely accepted. There are many people contesting the notion that there is no such thing as cultural Marxism. So, what is that? Well, in the Marxist view of the world, which is rooted in an older resentment, I would say, is that there are economic oppressors, that would be the capitalists, and the oppressed, that would be the proletariat, the working class, who the intellectuals hypothetically support, which they never do, by the way. So there is a dichotomy built into Marxism, which is basically a variant of the oppressor versus the oppressed narrative. And what happened in the 1970s, when it became ethically inappropriate to be a Marxist, even in France, is that Marxism just mutated into a meta-Marxism or cultural Marxism, where the oppressor versus the oppressed narrative was expanded to include all possible categories. So it expanded into the sexual domain, it expanded into the ethnic domain, it expanded into gender, and so people are divided into their different potential classifications and then further subdivided into oppressor and the oppressed. And then morality becomes nothing but supporting the hypothetically oppressed against the hypothetical oppressor. Some of that was definitely influenced by Marxism, because most of the postmodernists who were at the bottom of the emergence of those ideas were Marxists, and they said they were Marxists. So the idea that this isn't real is like denying the obvious. Foucault was a Marxist, Derrida was a Marxist, Sartre was a Marxist. I don't think Sartre is directly to blame for postmodernism, but like most French intellectuals of his time, he was a Marxist. This is not a secret. All you need to do is to read the writings of the people who are being worshipped now. Foucault in particular. I'm not inventing this, and this isn't a term I invented. I mean, cultural Marxism was an idea that was kicking around for a long time. I don't think it's such a great term. Really, I don't know if we have a better one. I've been criticized. Oh, Peterson doesn't understand the difference between postmodernism, which specifies the absence of all overarching meta-narratives, and Marxism, because Marxism is a meta-narrative. It's like, that might be true, but it doesn't have anything to do with the fact that the postmodernists who said there was no meta-narrative jumped into this camp anyway. There is no meta-narrative except that of power, they claim. I don't think that there is a more dangerous preposition than that. Because, first of all, look, we're sitting here in this discussion. If it's me against you, which is what it is, if it's just power, if either you gain from this or I do, and it's zero sum, we are always enemies. Maybe you're my friend when our interests align, but as soon as they diverge, there is nothing but enmity. And I think the people who push that viewpoint, that's what they want. They want to use power. They want a justification. One of the things they say is, well, everything is about power. It's like, no, wrong, fundamentally wrong. Couldn't be more wrong. It's anti-truth. Friendship isn't about power. Love isn't about power. The love you have for your children isn't about power unless you're a tyrant. It is not a tenable preposition, to say the least. It is morally suspect, to say the least. And the idea that there is no such thing as cultural Marxism is, you can bend your words all you like, but the notion that power is at the root of everything and that you can be moral just by taking the side of the oppressed, that's the universal anti-Western narrative, and it's everywhere. It destroyed the universities. Well, but if people don't want to believe all that, it is up to them. Traditionally minded people used to think that the political problem was liberalism, but now we suddenly talk about Marxism, and that confuses them to some extent. So, how do we recognize Marxism in practice? Is it quotas? Is it the hate speech laws? Marxism always divides people up into groups. As soon as you're dealing with someone who proclaims that the core of identity is some group affiliation, it doesn't matter what it is, ethnicity, gender, sex, race, socioeconomic class, the ideas that they possess have essentially been derived from Marxist prepositions. The classic liberals tend to concentrate more on the individual, the atomized and isolated individual. They tend to see the individual as constrained by the state and by all social relationships. It's the individual striving to be free to pursue their own rational self-interest, which is a stupid idea because our self-interest isn't exactly rational. The liberals concentrate on the individual, and I prefer that to Marxism hands down. But the problem with the liberal viewpoint taken to the extreme is that you end up with this deranciated, atomized individuality at the core of identity, and it just doesn't work because identity can't be found within the individual. You exist in relationships. So if you only stress the individual and strip away the relationships, you leave the individual virtually with nothing, maybe with their hedonism. And that's why there is an alliance between liberalism and hedonists, because liberalism will collapse into hedonism, and that's just not helpful. It's not sustainable. Everyone knows that. You can't just gratify your whims. And the classical liberals will say, well, you have your set of whims, and I have mine, and we can find the balance between them, and your right to your whims ends where my right begins. And that's pretty much their whole definition of the state. But that is foolish because the state is a hierarchy of relationships. That's a much more sophisticated conceptualization. You know, the state of marriage, family, local community, and then town, province, then country, and then whatever contains that. And identity is all of those at once, operating into something like harmony. And if you are in a marriage, you are just as much a husband as you are an individual, maybe even more so. And if you have children, you're more father than you are an individual, or you should be, or your individuality finds its full expression in the element of your being that's making itself manifest as husband and father. That makes you more, not less. That's not a restriction. Part of the reason young people are so desperate to insist that they define their own identity is because everything else has been stripped away from them. Well, the family is just a patriarchal institution, you shouldn't have children, and business is nothing but the predations of capitalism. And it's just one thing after another, it's demolishing, it leaves them with nothing. It's deconstruction. Deconstruction, yeah. And the thing is that the construction doesn't go all the way to the bottom because the deconstructionists themselves never deconstruct their own hedonistic whims. This is a thing that is so strange about an atomized individuality. It's like, well, I get to do whatever I want. Okay, what is the I that you're talking about? Is the I now your wants? Your immediate wants? So that's what you're identifying with, and you think that's you. Presume you're in a rage. So now you're dealing nothing but your rage. Is that the fury there? Or maybe you're nothing but your sexual desires, or you're nothing but your fear. You're not free. And why is that you? Why is that you, by definition? It's complete insanity. And if you adopt the hypothesis that that is you, you will have the kind of insanity that makes you go completely intolerable to yourself and absolutely unable to get along with anyone. You can't get along with someone who says, I get to do whatever I want whenever I want. No one wants to be around someone like that. You want someone who, at least optimally, wants someone who treats you better than you treat yourself. That'll be a hell of a good thing to encounter. Optimally, that's what you want. And you kind of strive towards that in a marriage. if you have any sense and you love your partner. And this is the same with the relationship you have with your children. It's very often the case that parents will love their children more than they will love themselves. Maybe they shouldn't be that way. Maybe they should have more regard for themselves. But at least they find a higher order of being in the love that they have for the children. One of the things I saw when I had little kids was that even the roughest guys on the street, broken people, strive to be better for kids. One day I walked into a bank and there was this drunken guy, a street guy in the corner by the automatic teller. I brought my son, and my son was a real nice kid, and he was only about 3 in that instant, a happy kid. And the guy just crumbled and hid himself. He was so ashamed. Almost everyone is their better self around children. You have to be one bent puppy to not have your better part come out when you see kids. There are people like that, but thank God they're not that common. Well, we find our better self in the service of others. We even know this technically. There is no difference between thinking about yourself and being miserable. Technically, if you do a statistical analysis and you look at the relationship between emotion and cognition, one of the best signifiers of misery is self-consciousness. They are the same thing. So as long as you're obsessed with what you want, you will be utterly miserable. So, kids are taught in school all the time now, like, who is the state? Is there any authority that should be allowed to regulate your sexual conduct? No, it's just me. Well, fine. If it's just you, you're doomed. You're done. It's not a good mode of being. And that is part of the manner in which liberalism is decadent, because it strips individuals of the community relationships. And you can't do that. We're so social that you can punish psychopaths by putting them in isolation. So you take the worst people, the most antisocial people, the people who rely on power more than anything else, and you want to punish them, you make them be alone. That's how social people are. So the idea that we're autonomous individuals, there is nothing true about that. We can imagine the state as extremely well set up, so that the traditional relationships are thriving, the family is intact, and the local communities are intact. You can be free, and you can be an autonomous individual within that, but that means all those other things are working. And we almost did that. It's even now. We got most of that. In a city like Amsterdam or Montreal, you can walk around at 3 in the morning, you're perfectly safe, you can pretty much do what you want, go where you want. I lived in Montreal, and women can walk around at 3 in the morning in the roughest neighborhoods with no problem. But God, a lot of work went into that to happen. It's very unlikely. It takes a lot of social organization to provide people with that much freedom. It is very unlikely, and the liberals took that for granted, or they said that all the social relations were nothing but restrictions. That's what Rousseau would think. No, man is innately good, and it's only society that corrupts them. Yeah. Let's move to another topic. You were the one who called pronoun laws totalitarian, and that was also quite a shock for many people. How can we call things, laws, and practices totalitarian in democratic societies? What's totalitarian about those pronoun laws? Well, in a constitutional democracy, there are limits to what the majority can do. They can't transgress against your intrinsic rights, and the most intrinsic of the intrinsic rights, I think it's even above the right of life, is a right to freedom of speech. Why? It's not so you can just shoot off your mouth and say whatever you want to say. It's because no one can think without free speech. There is no difference between freedom of speech and freedom of thought. They are the same thing. We're thinking right now, you and I, having this conversation, and if I am not free to speak, I am not free to think. And if your citizens aren't free to think, your society will die, because thought is a substitute for death. We think so we don't die. As soon as the government steps on freedom of speech, They have overreached their boundaries. That's a part of the idea that the government has to exist within a domain of intrinsic rights. It is not because the state grants you your rights, it's because the state will not maintain itself if it is composed of citizens who are forbidden to think. It'll just ossify and collapse, just like you will if you stop thinking. So, when my government said, here's the words you have to say, I was like, no, no, wrong. I am way more afraid of the consequences of being unable to think freely than I am of whatever idiotic punishment you half-witted dimwits can come up with. What are you going to threaten me with? Loss of my job? I don't care. I'd lose my job in a second if it was either that or my tongue. I can get another job, but I can't get another tongue. And I was right about that too. I told the Senate back in 2016 then that Canada and their idiotic legislation would produce a psychological epidemic. I told them straight out that it would affect the young women. I knew it because I knew the literature, and that's exactly what's happened. And I don't regret that for a second. Oh, bloody Trudeau. In some sense, that stance changed the world a little. We are here because of that, and many things started because of that. Yeah, everyone said to me, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. What do you have against trans people? I don't care. My attitude towards trans people is something like, look, I'd rather you didn't, but if you're an adult, you can go to hell in a handbasket in any way you choose. That is your issue. I think it is a dreadful error, and I can't imagine how that is going to work out for you. And I'd rather it didn't happen, but, in that sense, I'm a liberal. You are. Well, in that sense, it's like you can't tread on the domain of freedom, and that means people have to be free to make dreadful mistakes. And regarding transformation, the probability that it is going to be a mistake is certain, as far as I'm concerned. It's not because I am prejudiced. I suspect that I've dealt with a broader range of people than 99.9% of people that you'll ever meet. I've dealt with all sorts of people in my clinical practice, a very wide range of people. So it is not prejudice, it's sympathy. These trans kids will come up and say, you're interfering with us. No, you have no idea what the things you're doing are going to do to you. You have no idea. And I know what they will do to you. I'm not your enemy because I oppose the way you are destroying yourself. That's not an enemy. You're hurting my feelings, they say. Well, you are destroying your body permanently. You are paying butchers to do it. The person who opposes that is your friend, even when you're not being your friend. Brutal. You mentioned that the post-Soviet countries in Central Europe have experience with Marxism in practice. And now, in the wake of Marxism again, that we talked about here, do you see the peoples and nations in this region as having some kind of mission, a duty to talk about it to the world? Definitely. And I can say that when I travel through Eastern Europe, I travel through Eastern Europe pretty extensively. People there are perturbed about the susceptibility of the privileged, uh, reached west to these foolish moralistic ideas. But you guys have the experience with this, and I think there is more resistance in Eastern Europe. That's what I've observed. Hungary is a good case in point. So is Poland. And Hungary has been pilloried everywhere in the West. I mean, I've gotten in trouble simply because I've gone to Hungary and talked to officials there. You're talking to fascists. Well, they don't look as much as fascists to me as your critics look like communists to me. And maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so. I know that there is still plenty of corruption in Eastern Europe, even by Western European standards. I'm sure that in Hungary, for example, there is no shortage of corruption, but that doesn't mean that what the Hungarian government is doing is essentially fascist. And it certainly doesn't mean that just because Hungarians aren't fond of idiotic Western communists. And I really like the president of Hungary. I think she's deadly. I really like her family policy too. I think she's got that exactly right. and it's a major step forward. So I think the Eastern European countries have a really important role to play because they could be the place where Western civilization makes its real stand. And I think that is happening to some degree. More power to them, as far as I'm concerned. As we are here in ARC, can we say that ARC is meant to help Western civilization make its stand? I would hope that ARC is here to help civilization make its stand. It's funny when we talk about Western civilization. Let's say the Western civilization we're talking about is Judeo-Christian. Well, in what way is it Western? Certainly not European. It's Middle Eastern, even African to some degree, North African. Is that Western civilization? I don't think so. It's civilization. And you might say, what about the Hindus, the Confucianists? Look, there is variance of civilization. Does the civilization that pertains to the West now derive from the Judeo-Christian tradition, and because of that have advantages that those other civilizations lack? Yes, I think they do. I mean, look at China. It's quite a mess. How submissive are the Chinese to social control? Well, their societies aren't based on the explicit proposition that each person is made in the image of God. And I think that's true. I think that proposition is true. A person is made in the image of God. And I think it's true that if you accept that proposition and you act it out, there isn't anything you can do will set your life more in order than that. If you can act that out, everything will lay itself open. And you know that because if you're married to someone and you treat them like a divine locus of consciousness, they're going to like you. They're going to be in love with you. You're going to treat them maybe better than they treat themselves. If you treat everyone that you come into contact with that realization in mind, everything will open up to you. And so, in that sense, it's self-evident. If you do the reverse, which is something like the Marxist power game we discussed earlier, it will just reduce you to whatever I can get from you. Maybe I can fool you once, maybe I can steal what you have, but it's not going to work if you are interacting with me twice or three times. And then I'll turn you from a potential friend into an enemy. Collect 100 enemies and see what your life is like, or even one. You make an enemy at your peril, especially a real enemy. A real enemy will light themselves on fire to singe you. You don't need many people like that around you before you're in hell. And so, how do you get out of hell? Treat people like they are made in the image of God. There is no more practical advice than that. Right, to get things started. From one perspective, yeah, Jordan Peterson is right that the physical barrier of cultural Marxism is definitely located in Eastern Europe, and the main reason why it is located in Eastern Europe is because all this bullshit that has been marketed nicely and simply divided people in the West that has no way to function there. Because one of the reasons is that for cultural Marxism to start functioning the way it's been devised to do, it first needs relatively high trust societies. Considering the histories of countries in Eastern Europe, that's already one point of failure and a major one. The second one is the as long as there will still be people alive, either who lived through only right under the boot of Moscow, or they were forced into having a communist country. As long as there will still be plenty of people alive to remember that, also their children who grew up with those stories, me included, that's already sufficient to provide some serious opposition to lunatic ideas like that. Of course, there will always be exceptions, just like how, for example, in Romania, there are a few hundred people who are unironically communist. At the same level, there are also some tens of thousands of old people who preferred the communist system, and the vast majority of those who are called communist nostalgics, they are nostalgic not just because, yeah, once you age, that tends to also mm, disembark over time some of the traumas that you may have experienced, or you consider them or you ended up considering them to have been either normal or not that important. One good example that I can give was food rationing in Romania, which started in 1982 or 1983, and which ended essentially when the military sang a symphony at the machine gun for Ceausescu. But up until that point, there were a lot of weird social aspects that started appearing, which are very difficult to make a person in the West understand. Things like you would always walk with a bag of groceries at you, an empty bag of groceries. And whenever you saw a queue on the street, especially if it was at a shop, it doesn't matter if it was a butcher's or a bakery or other things like that. At some point, people instinctively started queuing alongside others because you would never know what you'd get there. Even if you got something that wasn't as useful to you, you would have still sat there for a few hours, assuming that the queue was for non-essential things. Because hey, you never know when you may need it. You may probably have an opportunity in the future to trade the thing that you find useless in that moment, but you still get it even though it's useless to you or it has no immediate use to you, because there may be an opportunity in the future to do an informal trade. But then when it gets to that even got to the Russian foodstuffs as well. This is also another impossible thing to explain to Westerners. Sim Simply having to wake up at 4 or 5 in the morning in order to end up queuing at the shop in order to get your weekly or your monthly ration of either flour, sugar, meat. And when I talk about meat, I'm not saying here that you're gonna get steaks or drumsticks or stuff like that. No, you will get just you will get chicken wings at best, some really fatty pieces of pork. You would get bones, or you would get unironically chicken legs, which are, by the way, a delicacy. If you ever happen to go to China and you go to their KFC, they're a delicacy to eat chicken legs. For any Romanian that sees chicken legs on sale, that's already a traumatic experience because most of the people, especially those who lived in urban centers, most of them don't didn't live in urban centers because they want to. It's because they were moved there by the Communist Party because they needed to employ people in the industry. If you lived in the rural, you had better odds of having more things because you could still have your own chickens. Chickens gave you eggs. If the communist authorities would come and check, see how many ships or how many cows you are, or if you have any, for that matter, the rural communities already knew very well how to organize themselves and how to hide animals in barns and in attics or hide them in basements in order to prevent to be discovered and heavily punished for hiding such assets. So when you have a bunch of nations that lived in one way or another like this, and they saw exactly how communism in practice functions, they're not going to swallow one bit the culture of Marxism, because even though it may look different, the end result is still the same: absolute misery. Cultural Marxism in itself already causes absolute misery to those people it infected. Do you really think it's a good life to live when you live in constant anxiety because you've been brainwashed into oblivion? If you are, for example, a woman and you've been brainwashed by the feminists that the reason why you don't get what you want is because of the so-called patriarchy, which is an institution as mythical as its name, or or actually the you can't exactly form even something resembling a friendship with men because, oh my God, all men are rapists, and all men want you just for sex, and toxic masculinity, and things like that. Those are gigantic generators of anxiety and mental health issues. Leaving aside the fact that that in itself, when you get to the level where you perceive people around you, doesn't matter if they're acquaintances, friends, or simply strangers. If you perceive them as your enemy, you consider perceive them long enough as your enemy, and then you will end up to treat them as your enemy. And and even though they aren't, you're going to automatically think like they are, and you will isolate yourself even more. Part of why cultural Marxism is so well entrenched because it brought under its umbrella, and any other iteration of that, whether we talk here about the racial minorities, or if we talk about the sexual minorities, or any other special interest groups that could that's also an allusion at that other big interest groups, special minorities, the LGBT queerties. Uh, those people, because they've isolated themselves from larger society, and when their features, and they they've been brainwashed so that it not only differentiates them from the rest of society, but act in a completely arrogant way to be perceived as some sort of virtue, and the rest of the community and the society doesn't perceive you that way. Worse so if you start being a useful idiot for such movements, you've isolated yourself from the rest. So what's the next logical step? Well, you can't exactly live just as Jordan Peterson mentioned. You can't exactly live as a single individual unless you're Ted Kaczynski, or you're one of those very, very few people who can live quietly by yourself in a cabin in the woods somewhere. Okay, props to you. But the vast majority of the societies are not built like that. What ends up happening? Well, you discover quickly that the only people that you can be social with are exactly the same people who believe in the same lunacies that you do. And that's where the greatest power of the culture of Marxists come from. They come from these small units of very loud people, which is why you see them being so abnormal in their behaviors, both online and in real life. Indeed. One good example about this that I'm pretty sure sufficient people who watch this can still remember is When Trump got elected and he had his inaugural speech at Capitol Hill, remember there was that woman who I think was wearing a green jacket with some red hat. Her along with some other tens of protesters somewhere way behind or around the street next to that green area in front of Capitol Hill when when I think Justice Roberts said that Donald Trump is to be the next president of the United States. She first continued to cry while holding God knows what she wrote on that piece of cardboard. When he was declared president, from crying, she started yelling. Dude, it's nothing as serious as that. Uh, those are indicators of serious mental health issues if the guy that you don't like ended up being a president and simply saying because she's most likely just like others from her group from other groups like that all across the country were brainwashed into thinking that Trump is something like the second coming of the Austrian painter, or like the coming of the Antichrist, or they've been led to believe it's like that. And these sort of negative emotions, they not only drain you, but when at one point they reach their boiling point, you just simply explode. And when you explode as an individual, because everybody has their own limits to the things they can tolerate. Even for example, religious people who pray daily, they also have their limits. Only that their limits are significantly extended because prayer in itself, especially if done daily, is a form of meditation where you offload such things. That's why. That's why, for example, you see in a lot of polls that religious people tend to be, on average, much happier than atheists or agnostics and generally unbelievers, so to speak. And this is not, I'm not saying this as an insult, I'm just saying it as it is. And one of the good reasons is that, well, with religion having been part of this world in one way or another, but here I'll be referring specifically to the Abrahamic religion, specifically Judaism and Christianity. They themselves admit that the man or the individual is a flawed creature, but also the individual has to function in a community and in society. And yes, so uh, we as people being fundamentally flawed, that means we are fundamentally sinful, and we make mistakes, and we commit the so-called sins, sometimes without us wanting. We also have our own limitations when it comes to urges and challenges that we face in life. But one of the good reasons why, for so many centuries and almost 2 millennia, and this is not just something that could be observed in Christianity or in Judaism, but also also part of other old civilizations that predated Christianity in particular. They also the communities and societies also rallied around their own version of churches. So, well, back then they were called temples, but the fundamental idea was still the same. Because without religion and without a belief system and without a basic code of ethics, we would be just like animals. If you want to see if you want to see how a world without any religion functions, you just simply have to look into the history of the tribes in sub-Saharan Africa. Mm, Specifically, the writings of the colonials that ended up in places such as Ghana or the Ivory Coast. Those societies degenerated to such a level where you had the countries like what would be present-day Senegal to be a country which was whose population was two-thirds slaves, slaves owned by the blacks, not by some white overlords. No, black people enslaved by their own. Or you had in Nigeria and in Ghana a practice known as juju, which was essentially similar to human sacrifice. As same issue has been also found and documented by the Spanish colonists in South America 2 centuries earlier when they saw the Aztecs sacrificing tens of thousands of people a year to the sun god. But the Aztecs weren't exactly that dumb to sacrifice their own people, but they sacrificed other client tribes and societies which were too small to do something by themselves. So they essentially they kind of enslaved them, but it wasn't exactly called properly enslavement back then. But they had to give a tribute to the capital this many people per year in order to do the ritual sacrifice. Also other things. Let's remember that even in current day, the only reason why Ebola still exists is because there are still absolutely odious customs in certain parts of Africa where you start where communities eat the people that die. Same thing that also happens in Papua New Guinea. So that you wouldn't say that I have a specific issue with black people from places in Africa. And yeah, Jordan Peterson saw he has seen this pattern in history, just like I've seen it, and I'm presenting it to you. The at some point, the said state and society will ossify, and then it would destroy itself. Moving on now to another long article. It is from New York Times, but is surprisingly well written for an article from the Pravda on the Hudson. The New York Times, The Spy War, How the CIA Secretly Helps Ukraine Fight Putin. For more than a decade, the United States has nurtured a secret intelligence partnership with Ukraine that is now critical for both countries in countering Russia. Nestled in a dense forest, the Ukrainian military base appears abandoned and destroyed, its command center a burned-out husk, a casualty of a Russian missile barrage early in the war. But that is above ground. Not very far away, a discreet passageway descends to a subterranean bunker where teams of Ukrainian soldiers track Russian spy satellites and eavesdrop on conversations between Russian commanders. On one screen, a red line followed the route of an explosive drone, threading through Russian air defenses from a point in central Ukraine to target in the Russian city of Rostov. The underground bunker, built to replace the destroyed command center in the months after Russia's invasion, is a secret nerve center of Ukraine's military. There is also one more secret: the base is almost fully financed and partly equipped by the CIA. 110% General Serhiy Dvoretsky, a top intelligence commander, said in an interview at the base. Now entering the third year of a war that has claimed hundreds of thousands of lives, the intelligence partnership between Washington and Kiev is a linchpin of Ukraine's ability to defend itself. The CIA and other American intelligence agencies provide intelligence for targeted missile strikes, track Russian troop movements, and help support spy networks. But the partnership is no wartime creation, nor is Ukraine the only beneficiary. It took root a decade ago, coming together in fits and starts under three very different US presidents, pushed forward by key individuals who often took daring risks. It has transformed Ukraine, whose intelligence agencies were long seen as thoroughly compromised by Russia, into one of Washington's most important intelligence partners against the Kremlin today. The listening post in the Ukrainian forest is part of a CIA-supported network of spy bases constructed in the past 8 years that includes 12 secret locations along the Russian border. Before the war, the Ukrainians proved themselves to the Americans by collecting intercepts that helped prove Russia's involvement in the 2014 downing of a commercial jetliner, Malaysia Airlines Flight 17. The Ukrainians also helped the Americans go after the Russian operatives who meddled in the 2016 US presidential election. Around 2016, the CIA began training an elite Ukrainian commando force known as Unit 2245, which captured Russian drones and communications gear so that CIA technicians could reverse engineer them and crack Moscow's encryption systems. One officer in the unit was Kirill Budanov, now the general leading Ukraine's military intelligence. And the CIA also helped train a new generation of Ukrainian spies who operated inside Russia, across Europe, and in Cuba and other places where the Russians have a large presence. The relationship is so ingrained that CIA officers remained at a remote location in western Ukraine when the Biden administration evacuated US personnel in the weeks before Russia invaded in February 2022. During the invasion, the officers relayed critical intelligence, including where Russia was planning strikes and which weapons systems they would use. Without them, there would have been no way for us to resist the Russians or to beat them, said Ivan Bakanov, who was then head of Ukraine's domestic intelligence agency, the SBU. The details of this intelligence partnership, many of which are being disclosed by the New York Times for the first time, have been a closely guarded secret for a decade. In more than 200 interviews, current and former officials in Ukraine, the United States and Europe described the partnership that nearly foundered from mutual distrust before it steadily expanded, turning Ukraine into an intelligence gathering hub that intercepted more Russian communications than the CIA station in Kyiv could initially handle. Many of the officials spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss intelligence and matters of sensitive diplomacy. Now these intelligence networks are more important than ever, as Russia is on the offensive and Ukraine is more dependent on sabotage and long-range missile strikes that require spies far behind enemy lines, and they are increasing real risks. If Republicans in Congress end military funding to Kyiv, the CIA may have to scale back. To try to reassure Ukrainian leaders, William J. Burns, the CIA director, made a secret visit to Ukraine last Thursday, his 10th visit since the invasion. From the outset, a shared adversary, President Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin of Russia, brought the CIA and its Ukrainian partners together. Obsessed with losing Ukraine to the West, Putin had regularly interfered in Ukraine's political system, handpicking leaders he believed would keep Ukraine within Russia's orbit, yet each time it backfired, driving protesters into the streets. Mr. Putin has long blamed Western intelligence agencies for manipulating Kyiv and sowing anti-Russia sentiment in Ukraine. Towards the end of 2021, according to a senior European official, Mr. Putin was weighing whether to launch his full-scale invasion when he met with the head of one of Russia's main spy services, who told him that the CIA, together with Britain's MI6, were controlling Ukraine and turning it into a beachhead for operations against Moscow. But the Times investigation found that Mr. Putin and his advisors misread a critical dynamic. The CIA didn't push its way into Ukraine. US officials were often reluctant to fully engage, fearing that Ukrainian officials could not be trusted and worrying about provoking the Kremlin. Yet a tight circle of Ukrainian intelligence officials assiduously courted the CIA and gradually made themselves vital to the Americans. In 2015, General Valery Kondratyuk, then Ukraine's head of military intelligence, arrived at a meeting with the CIA's deputy station chief and without warning handed over a stack of top-secret files. That initial tranche contained secrets about the Russian Navy's Northern Fleet, including detailed information about the latest Russian nuclear submarine designs. Before long, teams of CIA officers were regularly leaving his office with backpacks full of documents. We understood that we needed to create the conditions of trust, General Kondratyuk said. As the partnership deepened in after 2016, the Ukrainians became impatient with what they considered Washington's undue caution and began staging assassinations and other lethal operations, which violated the terms the White House thought the Ukrainians had agreed to. Infuriated, officials in Washington threatened to cut off support, but they never did. The relationships only got stronger and stronger because both sides saw value in it, and the US Embassy in Kiev, our station there, the operation out of Ukraine, became the best source of information, signals, and everything else on Russia, said a former senior American official. We couldn't get enough of it. This is the untold story of how it all happened. A cautious beginning. The CIA's partnership in Ukraine can be traced back to two phone calls on the night of February the 24th, 2014, 8 years to the day before Russia's full-scale invasion. Millions of Ukrainians had just overrun the country's pro-Kremlin government, and the president Viktor Yanukovych and his spy chiefs have fled to Russia. In the tumult, a fragile pro-Western government quickly took power. The government's new spy chief, Valentin Nalyvaichenko, arrived at the headquarters of the Domestic Intelligence Agency and found a pile of smoldering documents in the courtyard. Inside, many of the computers had been wiped or were infected with Russian malware. It was empty, no lights, no leadership. Nobody was there, Mr. Nalyvaichenko said in an interview. He went to an office and called the CIA station chief and the local head of MI6. It was near midnight, but he summoned them to the building, asked for help in rebuilding the agency from the ground up, and proposed a three-way partnership. That is how it all started, Mr. Nalyvaichenko said. The situation quickly became more dangerous. Mr. Putin seized Crimea. His agents fomented separatist rebellions that would become a war in the country's east. Ukraine was on war footing, and Mr. Nalyvaichenko appealed to the CIA for overhead imagery and other intelligence systems to help defend its territory. With violence escalating, an unmarked US government plane touched down at an airport in Kiev carrying John O'Brien, then the director of the CIA. He told Mr. Nalyvaichenko that the CIA was interested in developing a relationship, but only at the pace the agency was comfortable with, according to US and Ukrainian officials. To the CIA, the unknown question was how long Mr. Nalyvaichenko and the pro-Western government would be around. The CIA had been burned before in Ukraine. Following the breakup of the Soviet Union in 1991, Ukraine gained independence and then veered between competing political forces, those that wanted to remain close to Moscow and those who wanted to align with the West. During a previous stint as a spy chief, Mr. Nalyvaichenko started a similar partnership with the CIA, which dissolved when the country swung back towards Russia. Now Mr. Brennan explained that to unlock CIA assistance, the Ukrainians had to prove that they could provide intelligence of value to the Americans. They also needed to purge Russian spies. The domestic spy agency, the SBU, was riddled with them. Case in point, the Russians quickly learned about Mr. Brennan's supposedly secret visit. The Kremlin's propaganda outlets published a photoshopped image of the CIA director wearing a clown wig and makeup. Mr. Brennan returned to Washington, where advisors to President Barack Obama were deeply concerned about provoking Moscow. The White House crafted secret rules that infuriated Ukrainians and that some inside the CIA thought of as handcuffs. The rules barred intelligence agencies from providing any support to Ukraine that could be reasonably expected to have lethal consequences. The result was a delicate balancing act. The CIA was supposed to strengthen Ukraine's intelligence agencies without provoking the Russians. The red lines were never precisely clear, which created a persistent tension in the partnership. In Kiev, Mr. Nalyvaichenko picked a longtime aide, General Kondratyuk, to serve as head of counterintelligence, and they created a new paramilitary unit that was deployed behind enemy lines to conduct operations and gather intelligence that the CIA or MI6 would not provide to them. Known as the Fifth Directorate, this unit will be filled with officers born after Ukraine gained independence. They had no connections with Russia, General Kondratyuk said. They didn't even know what the Soviet Union was. That summer, Malaysia Airlines Flight 17, flying from Amsterdam to Kuala Lumpur, blew up in midair and crashed in eastern Ukraine, killing nearly 300 passengers and crew. The Fifth Directorate produced telephone intercepts and other intelligence within hours of the crash that quickly placed responsibility on Russian-backed separatists. The CIA was impressed and made its first meaningful commitment by providing secure communications gear and specialized training to members of the Fifth Directorate and two other elite units. The Ukrainians wanted to fish, and we, for policy reasons, couldn't deliver that fish, said a former US official, referring to intelligence that could help them battle the Russians. But we were happy to teach them how to fish and deliver fly fishing equipment. A Secret Santa. In the summer of 2015, Ukraine's President Petro Poroshenko shook up the domestic service and installed an ally to replace Mr. Nalivaychenko, the CIA's trusted partner. But the change created an opportunity elsewhere. In the reshuffle, General Kondratyuk was appointed as the head of the country's military intelligence agency, known as the HUR, where years earlier he had started his career. It would be an early example of how personal ties, more than policy shifts, would deepen the CIA's involvement in Ukraine. Unlike the domestic agency, the HUR had the authority to collect intelligence outside the country, including in Russia. But the Americans had seen little value in cultivating the agency because it wasn't producing any intelligence of value on the Russians, and because it was seen as a bastion of Russian sympathizers. Trying to build trust, General Kondratyuk arranged a meeting with his American counterpart and the Defense Intelligence Agency and handed over a stack of secret Russian documents. But senior DIA officials were suspicious and discouraged building closer ties. The general needed to find a more willing partner. Months earlier, while still with the domestic agency, General Kondratyuk visited the CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia. In these meetings, he met a CIA officer with a jolly demeanor and a bushy beard who had been tapped to become the next station chief in Kiev. After a long day of meetings, the CIA told General Kondratyuk to a Washington Capitals hockey match, where he and the incoming station chief sat in a luxury box and loudly booed Alex Ovechkin, the team's star player from Russia. The station chief had not yet arrived when General Kondratyuk handed over to the CIA the secret documents about the Russian Navy. There's more where this came from, he promised, and the documents were sent off to analysts in Langley. The analysts concluded the documents were authentic, and after the station chief arrived in Kiev, the CIA became General Kondratyuk's primary partner. General Kondratyuk knew he needed the CIA to strengthen his own agency. The CIA thought the general might be able to help Langley too. It struggled to recruit spies inside Russia because its case officers were under heavy surveillance. For a Russian, allowing oneself to be recruited by an American is to commit to the absolute ultimate in treachery and treason, General Kondratyuk said. But for a Russian to be recruited by a Ukrainian, it's just friends talking over a beer. The new station chief began regularly visiting General Kondratyuk, whose office was decorated with an aquarium where yellow and blue fish, the national colors of Ukraine, swam circles around the model of a sunken Russian submarine. The two men became close, which drove the relationship between the two agencies, and the Ukrainians gave the new station chief an affectionate nickname, Santa Claus. In January 2016, General Kondratyuk fled to Washington for meetings at Scattergood, an estate on the CIA campus in Virginia, where the agency often vets visiting dignitaries. The agency agreed to help the HUR modernize and to improve its ability to intercept Russian military communications. In exchange, General Kondratyuk agreed to share all of the raw intelligence with the Americans. Now the partnership was real. Operation Goldfish. Today, the narrow road leading to the secret base is framed by minefields, seeded as a line of defense in the weeks after Russia's invasion. The Russian missiles that hit the base had seemingly shut it down, but just weeks later the Ukrainians returned. With money and equipment provided by the CIA, crews under General Dvoretsky's command began to rebuild, but underground. To avoid detection, they only worked at night and when Russian spy satellites were not overhead. Workers also parked their cars a distance away from the construction site. In the bunker, General Dvoretsky pointed to communications equipment and large computer servers, some of which were financed by the CIA. He said his teams were using the base to hack into the Russian military's secure communications networks. This is the thing that breaks into satellites and decodes street conversations, General Dvoretsky told a Times journalist on a tour, adding that they were hacking into spy satellites from China and Belarus too. Another officer placed two recently produced maps on a table as evidence of how Ukraine is tracking Russian activity around the world. The first showed the overhead routes of Russian spy satellites traveling over central Ukraine. The second showed how Russian spy satellites are passing over strategic military installations, including a nuclear weapons facility, in the eastern and central United States. The CIA began sending equipment in 2016 after the pivotal meeting at Scattergood, General Dvoretsky said, providing encrypted radios and devices for intercepting secret enemy communications. Beyond the base, the CIA also oversaw a training program carried out in two European cities to teach Ukrainian intelligence officers how to convincingly assume fake personas and steal secrets in Russia and other countries that are adept at rooting out spies. The program was called Operation Goldfish, which derived from a joke about a Russian-speaking goldfish who offers two Estonians wishes in exchange for its freedom. The punchline was that one of the Estonians bashed the fish's head with a rock, explaining that anything speaking Russian would not be trusted. The Operation Goldfish officers were soon deployed to 12 newly built forward operating bases constructed around the Russian border. From each base, General Kondratyuk said, the Ukrainian officers ran networks of agents who gathered intelligence inside Russia. CIA officers installed equipment at the bases to help gather intelligence and also identify some of the most skilled Ukrainian graduates of the Operation Goldfish program, working with them to approach potential Russian sources. These graduates were trained sleeper agents on Ukrainian territory meant to launch guerrilla operations in case of occupation. It can often take years for the CIA to develop enough trust in a foreign agency to begin conducting joint operations. With the Ukrainians, it had taken less than 6 months. The new partnership started producing so much raw intelligence about Russia that it had to be shipped to Langley for processing. But the CIA did have red lines. It wouldn't help the Ukrainians conduct offensive lethal operations. We made a distinction between intelligence collection operations and things that go boom, a former senior US official said. This is our country. It was a distinction that grated on the Ukrainians. First, General Kondratyuk was annoyed when the Americans refused to provide satellite images from inside Russia. Soon after, he requested CIA assistance in planning a clandestine mission to send HUR commandos into Russia to plant explosive devices at train depots used by the Russian military. If the Russian military sought to take more Ukrainian territory, the Ukrainians could detonate the explosives to stall the Russian advance. When the station chief briefed his superiors, they lost their minds, as one former official put it. Mr. Brennan, the CIA director, called General Kondratyuk to make certain that mission was cancelled and that Ukraine abided by the red lines forbidding lethal operations. General Kondratyuk cancelled the mission, but he also took a different lesson. Going forward, we were to not have discussions about these things with your guys, he said. Late that summer, Ukrainian spies discovered that Russian forces were deploying attack helicopters at an airfield on the Russian-occupied Crimean Peninsula, possibly to stage a surprise attack. General Kondratyuk decided to send a team into Crimea to plant explosives at the airfields so they could be detonated if Russia moved to attack. This time, he didn't ask the CIA for permission. He turned to Unit 2245, the commando force that receives specialized military training from the CIA's elite paramilitary group, known as the Ground Department. The intent of the training was to teach defensive techniques, but CIA officers understood that without their knowledge, the Ukrainians could use the same techniques in offensive lethal operations. At the time, the future head of Ukraine's military service agency, General Budanov, was a rising star in Unit 2245. He was known for daring operations behind enemy lines and had deep ties to the CIA. The agency had trained him and also taken the extraordinary step of sending him for rehabilitation to Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in Maryland after he was shot in the right arm during fighting in the Donbass. Disguised in Russian uniforms, then Lieutenant Colonel Budanov led commandos across the narrow gulf in inflatable speedboats, landing at night in Crimea. But an elite Russian commando unit was waiting for them. The Ukrainians fought back, killing several Russian fighters, including the son of a general, before retreating to the shoreline, plunging into the sea and swimming for hours to Ukrainian-controlled territory. It was a disaster. In a public address, President Putin accused the Ukrainians of plotting a terrorist attack and promised to avenge the deaths of the Russian fighters. There is no doubt that we will not let these things pass, he said. In Washington, the Obama White House was livid. Joseph R. Biden Jr., then the vice president and the champion of assistance to Ukraine, called Ukraine's president to angrily complain. It causes a gigantic concern, Mr. Biden said in the call, a recording of which was leaked and published online. All I'm telling you as a friend is that my making arguments here is a hell of a lot harder now. Some of Mr. Obama's advisors wanted to shut the CIA program down, but Mr. Brennan persuaded them that doing so would be self-defeating, given the relationship was started to produce an intelligence on the Russians as the CIA was investigating Russian election meddling. Mr. Brennan got on the phone with General Kondratyuk to again emphasize the red lines. The general was upset. This is our country, he responded, according to a colleague. It's our war, and we've got to fight. The blowback from Washington cost General Kondratyuk his job, but Ukraine didn't back down. One day after General Kondratyuk was removed, a mysterious explosion in the Russian-occupied city of Donetsk in eastern Ukraine ripped through an elevator carrying a senior Russian separatist commander named Arsen Pavlov, known by his nom de guerre, Motorola. The CIA soon learned that the assassins were members of the Fifth Directorate, the spy group that received the CIA training. Ukraine's domestic intelligence agency had even handed out commemorative patches to those involved, each one stitched with the word left, the British term for an elevator. Again, some of Mr. Obama's advisors were furious, but they were lame ducks. The presidential election pitting Donald J. Trump against Hillary Clinton was 3 weeks away, and the assassinations continued. A team of Ukrainian agents set up an unmanned shoulder-fire rocket launcher in a building in the occupied territories. It was directly across from the office of a rebel commander named Mikhail Totsky, better known as Givy. Using a remote trigger, they fired the launcher as soon as Givy entered the office, killing him, according to US and Ukrainian officials. A shadow war was now in overdrive. The Russians used a car bomb to assassinate the head of Unit 2245, the elite Ukrainian commando force. The commander, Colonel Maxim Shapoval, was on his way to meeting with CIA officers in Kiev when his car exploded. At the colonel's wake, the US ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovich, stood in mourning beside the CIA station chief. Later, CIA officials and the Ukrainian counterparts toasted Colonel Shapoval with whiskey shots. For all of us, General Kondratyuk said, it was a blow. Tiptoeing around Trump. The election of Mr. Trump in November 2016 put the Ukrainians and their CIA partners on edge. Mr. Trump praised Mr. Putin and dismissed Russia's role in election interference. He was suspicious of Ukraine and later tried to pressure its president, Volodymyr Zelensky, to investigate his Democratic rival, Mr. Biden, resulting in Mr. Trump's first impeachment. But whatever Mr. Trump said and did, his administration often went in the other direction. It's because Mr. Trump had put Russia hawks in key positions, including Mike Pompeo as CIA director and John Bolton as national security advisor. They visited Kiev to underline their full support for the secret partnership, which expanded to include more specialized training programs and the building of additional secret bases. The base in the forest grew to include a new command center and barracks, and swelled from 80 to 800 Ukrainian intelligence officers. Preventing Russia from interfering in future US elections was a top CIA priority during this period, and Ukrainian and American intelligence officers joined forces to probe the computer system of Russia's intelligence agencies to identify operatives trying to manipulate voters. In one joint operation, a HUR team duped an officer from Russia's military intelligence service into providing information that allowed the CIA to connect Russia's government to the so-called Fancy Bear hacking group, which had been linked to election interference efforts in a number of countries. General Budanov, whom Mr. Zelensky tapped to head the HUR in 2020, said of the partnership, "It only strengthened. It grew systematically. The cooperation expanded to additional spheres and became more large-scale. The relationship was so successful that the CIA wanted to replicate it with other European intelligence services that shared a focus in countering Russia. The head of Russia House, the CIA department overseeing operations against Russia, organized a secret meeting at The Hague. There, representatives from the CIA, Britain's MI6, the HUR, the Dutch Service, a critical intelligence agency, and other agencies agreed to start pulling together more of their intelligence on Russia. The result was a secret coalition against Russia, and the Ukrainians were vital members of it. March to war. In March 2021, the Russian military started massing troops along the border with Ukraine. As the months passed and more troops encircled the country, the question was whether Mr. Putin was making a feint or preparing for a war. That November, and in the weeks that followed, the CIA and MI6 delivered a unified message to the Ukrainian partners. Russia was preparing for a full-scale invasion to decapitate the government and install a puppet in Kiev who would do the Kremlin's bidding. US and British agencies had intercepts that Ukrainian intelligence agencies did not have access to, according to US officials. The new intelligence listed the names of Ukrainian officials whom the Russians were planning to kill or capture, as well as the Ukrainians the Kremlin hoped to install in power. President Zelensky and some of his top advisors appeared unconvinced, even after Mr. Burns, the CIA director, rushed to Kiev in January 2022 to brief them. As the Russian invasion neared, CIA and MI6 officers made final visits to Kiev with their Ukrainian peers. One of the MI6 officers teared up in front of the Ukrainians, out of concern that the Russians would kill them. At Mr. Burns' urging, a small group of CIA officers were exempted from the broader US evacuation and were relocated to a hotel complex in western Ukraine. They didn't want to desert their partners. No endgame. After Mr. Putin launched the invasion on the 24th of February 2022, the CIA officers at the hotel were the only US government presence on the ground. Every day at the hotel, they met with their Ukrainian contacts to pass information. The old handcuffs were off, and the Biden White House authorized spy agencies to provide intelligence support for lethal operations against Russian forces on Ukrainian soil. Often, the CIA briefings contained shockingly specific details. On the 3rd of March 2022, the 8th day of the war, the CIA team gave a precise overview of Russian plans for the coming 2 weeks. The Russians would open a humanitarian corridor out of the besieged city of Mariupol the same day, and then open fire on the Ukrainians who used it. The Russians planned to encircle the strategic port city of Odessa, according to the CIA, but a storm delayed the assault and the Russians never took the city. Then, on the 10th of March, the Russians intended to bombard the 6 Ukrainian cities, and they had already entered coordinates into cruise missiles for those strikes. The Russians were also trying to assassinate top Ukrainian officials, including Mr. Zelensky. In at least one case, the CIA shared intelligence with Ukraine's domestic agency that helped disrupt the plot against the president, according to a senior Ukrainian official. With the Russian assault on Kiev has stalled, the CIA station chief rejoiced and told his Ukrainian counterparts that they were punching the Russians in the face, according to a Ukrainian officer who was in the room. Within weeks, the CIA had returned to Kiev, and the agency sent in scores of new officers to help the Ukrainians. A senior US official said on the CIA's sizable presence, "Are they pulling triggers? No. Are they helping with targeting? Absolutely." Some of the CIA officers were deployed to Ukrainian bases. They reviewed lists of potential Russian targets that the Ukrainians were preparing to strike, comparing the information that the Ukrainians had with US intelligence to ensure that it was accurate. Before the invasion, the CIA and MI6 had trained their Ukrainian counterparts on recruiting sources and building clandestine and partisan networks. In the southern Kherson region, which was occupied by Russia in the first weeks of the war, those partisan networks sprang into action, according to General Kondratyuk, assassinating local collaborators and helping Ukrainian forces target Russian positions. In July 2022, Ukrainian spies saw Russian convoys preparing to cross a strategic bridge across the Dnieper River and notified MI6. British and American intelligence officers then quickly verified the Ukrainian intelligence using real-time satellite imagery. MI6 relayed the confirmation, and the Ukrainian military opened fire with rockets, destroying the convoys. At the underground bunker, General Dvoritsky said the German anti-aircraft system now defends against Russian attacks. An air filtration system guards against chemical weapons, and a dedicated power system is available if the power grid goes down. The question that some Ukrainian intelligence officers are now asking their American counterparts, as Americans in the White House weigh whether to cut off billions of dollars in aid, is whether the CIA will abandon them. It happened in Afghanistan before, and now it's going to happen to Ukraine, a senior Ukrainian official said. Referring to Mr. Burns' visit to Kiev last week, a CIA official said, "We have demonstrated a clear commitment to Ukraine over many years, and this visit was another strong signal that the US commitment will continue." The CIA and the HUR have built two other secret bases to intercept Russian communications, and combined with the 12 forward operating bases, which General Kondratyuk said are still operational, the HUR now collects and produces more intelligence than at any time in the war, much of it it shares with the CIA. "You can't get information like this anywhere, except here and now," General Dvoritsky said. Right, this was a quite long article, but overall very informative. And in case with your friends and acquaintances discussions come up about the current war in Ukraine and how it's going, well, it is true that from the Ukrainian side in the northeast, yes, they are suffering from setbacks, and in the south, things are progressing slowly, but very slowly and not nearly as noticeable. This article explains a part which is very rarely mentioned when it comes to waging wars, and particularly wars at this scale and of such importance, such as the war in Ukraine overall. I'm pleasantly surprised about this article, and considering that it's coming from the New York Times, even more so. At least from this point of view, there is still a little bit of hope left that at least some parts of it are not the Pravda on the Hudson tier style of writing. But even though there isn't exactly too much to comment about this article because it mostly focuses on the short story of how the CIA got involved with Ukrainian intelligence, both internal and military intelligence, because the HUR, the HUR, is essentially the Ukrainian equivalent of the DIA in the US. And it is good to bring it forward in pretty much any war carried out in the past few centuries. The very smart leaders realized that information is critical. The more you know about your enemy and the faster you find out about your enemy and the things that they are up with and and potentially going to do something, the faster you can prepare and take decisions in such a way that even if it doesn't come to a conflict, you're at least prepared if it does. There's this prevention aspect as well, worth discussing, and overall, the intelligence community doesn't function at a fundamental level of mistrust unless we're talking about outright enemies of the world. But this is also the reason why even countries friendly to each other uh, uh, are each they are each spying on each other, not because there's a mistrust, but there is a check and balance there. Take, for example, the US spying on Canada and Canada spying on the US. Even so, Canada spies much less in the US than the US does in Canada, or any other good example, and this is also quite in recent history. The United Arab Emirates spying in Qatar. If the Emiratis wouldn't have spied into Qatar, they wouldn't have found out many years before, back in 2012, if I remember correctly, the sheer amount of involvement that the Qataris had with Iranians and potentially dangerous involvements, dangerous for the stability of the Middle East and the GCC countries in particular, which led to all sorts of sanctions until Qatar cleared this shit relating to the involvement. There are also many other factors, although, yes, it's something that does go from time to time against the rules when it comes to not just spying in the outside, but also spying in the inside. Here I make a reminder about the NSA scandal with Edward Snowden and with Julian Assange many years ago. Even though they spy, and yes, the government sometimes shouldn't spy that much. From my own perspective, from the Romanian perspective, the motto of the Romanian intelligence agency is "Patria a priori," translated from Latin means the homeland above everything else. And most of modern intelligence agencies function under that framework, even though their methodology, if you are to look deep into it, is sometimes shocking how much information they can get. Here it's also worth talking about how intelligence gathering and spying has definitely gotten much, much easier with the existence of things like those, or things like smartphones in particular, even though other pieces of technology are vulnerable to that. But smartphones in particular, they are one of the main tools. I can give one simple example. One of the reasons in the beginnings of the war in Ukraine, the Ukrainians could target the Russians much easier is because the Russians would carry the smartphones with themselves. They wouldn't have turned them off because being in the battlefield is quite boring in most instances, especially if you are support staff. But even if you are frontline staff, there could be lengthy periods of inactivity, even in instances where you can consider some engagements to be intense. But one of the major ways that the Ukrainians managed to track down and eventually combat the Russian troops is because in the moment that they entered Ukraine, those cell phones, those smartphones, which were owned by the Russians, by the Russian troops, they connected really quickly to Ukrainian GSM towers. And if you connect yourself through Ukrainian GSM towers, it's very rarely you're connecting yourself to just one. There are generally more. And through a procedure called triangulation, you can get pretty fast the approximate location of somebody, even if they have their mobile data and their location services turned off. It's even easier and much more accurate if those people who I'm pretty sure they did that. They technically shouldn't have been allowed to have a smartphone with them at all. It gets even easier if they have both mobile data or they have location services, because that's one thing, that's one piece of one information stream that definitely goes for the GSM tower. So through triangulation, where you would have probably an error of some tens of meters, so suddenly your error, your location error gets in the centimeters territory. And even more so since here we aren't talking about triangulating for certain individuals. It's even easier when you have bunched up tens of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. They don't even have, not, it's not even necessary for all of them to have smartphones turned on. It's sufficient for 30% or 40% to have them turned on and following the information stream. You can guess pretty much only through this one single information channel how many they are. If you also cross-check with other means of gathering intelligence, such as satellite imagery, then you bang on the money. You get you get a final confirmation that holy shit, we have so many Russians there, we have to do something. And then once that information is passed down the chain to the forces operating there, well, it's pretty easy and surprisingly easy looking at how the information stream is functioning, especially in the Ukraine. There is a surprisingly little delay between moments when information like this is found out up until it is relayed to forces that can counteract such instances happening. And when in the past it used to be in the minutes, right now it tends to be in the tens of seconds, which is from some perspective, yes, if you're on the receiving end of offensive measures like these, it is really frightening. But at the same time, this is pretty much one of the ace in the sleeves of the Ukrainians, the capacity to gather a lot of information, and also particularly the since the Russians doesn't matter if they were the Lenin's Soviet Federative Republics or if the Ukrainians were integrated completely into the USSR as a nation, we can see now that aspect about their common history, as Putin put it, comes to bite the Russians in the arse and bite them pretty hard. Since, yeah, there's also this aspect worth mentioning. General Kondratyuk isn't lying when he's saying that it's much easier for Ukrainian to be even a hostile operative within Russia because at the perception level of the general populace, they can get the information much easier. Plus, there are also these instances where well, people look overall the same. They also talk the same because, again, the Ukrainians were forced to learn Russian, and especially when you know particularities about how the Russian military is functioning, you can get surprisingly easy, a surprising amount of information with the right means and knowing the right people. And when it comes to knowing the right people, you don't even have to do much unless it's coming from some sensitive perspectives, such as if you want to get if you want to get access to really sensitive stuff, like for example, the information that's circulating from the FSB, the former KGB, that is indeed very difficult. But when it comes to military assets, even secret military stuff, just as he mentioned, with nuclear submarine plans altogether, it's enough to have a few disgruntled people in the right places who could be easily convinced uh, with some sort of stipend or favors to give you sometimes more information than you may expect. So sometimes it really is that easy. Overall, the Ukrainians, from this point of view, they will still have the upper hand because overall the Russians aren't doing much from this point of view because they can't exactly do much from this point of view. Even Russians, they're pretty sure they have their own people infiltrated because that's part of reality. It's impossible to control everything 100% of the time. But also starting with the invasion of Crimea, but even more so now with the proper war in Ukraine going on, as Ukraine in itself is slowly transferring from speaking Russian to speaking Ukrainian. That's also going to add another layer of difficulty. Another layer of difficulty when it comes to integration of Russian spies in cover. Plus, there are many other things worth mentioning here, but these are about the general parts. It's worth telling people the other facets when it comes to waging a war, which isn't just the things that you see on the TV with how you have infantry battalions storming a beach or storming a city, or if you have tank columns steamrolling enemy tank columns, or if you have artillery pieces barraging some area tens of kilometers away. There are many facets to any war that is carried out, and over the centuries, I reiterate this point again. Information is one of the most critical things. Continuing with the situation in Ukraine, Forbes, blinded. Every A-50 radar plane the Ukrainians shoot down opens a gap in Russian radar coverage, a gap the Ukrainians can exploit. We don't know exactly how Ukrainian forces shut down one of the Russian Air Force's eight remaining Beriev A-15 radar early warning planes on Friday, but we do know why. Canadian open source intelligence researcher Stefan Watkins may have stated it most succinctly. The Russians are being blinded and prevented from monitoring Ukrainian airspace, one A-50 at a time. The Russian Air Force began Russia's wide war in Ukraine with 9 active A-50s, 4-engine Ilyushin Il-76 airlifters with radar radomes on their fuselages and stations for up to 15 crew and battle managers. The A-50 is like the US Air Force E-3, flies behind the front line in order to scan the horizon for enemy aircrafts and missiles. Soaring high above the ground cover and capable of repositioning as needed, Russia's A-50 have helped Russian commanders keep an eye on the Ukrainian Air Force and to detect, minutes in advance, incoming Ukrainian missiles and drones. Ukraine's ongoing campaign of deep strikes targeting Russian logistics and warships in occupied Crimea has underscored the A-50's importance. After Ukrainian drones and missiles knocked out several ground-based radars in Crimea late last year, the Russian Air Force reportedly shifted its A-50s to cover the gaps. The Russian Air Force has not been terribly successful when it comes to intercepting Ukrainian cruise missiles. To understand that, you need only tally the Russian warships the Ukrainians have blown up in just the last few months. But whatever success the Russians have had in protecting their Crimea-based forces in large part is a function of the A-50's flexible radar coverage. As the Ukrainians plinked more and more Russian radars on the ground in Crimea, Russian commanders compensated by ordering the A-50s closer and closer to the southern front line. It was that increasing desperation that exposed an A-50 and the Ilyushin 22 radio relay plane accompanying it to a Ukrainian missile battery, likely firing US-made Patriot PAC-2 missiles on the 14th of January. The duo was maybe 60 miles south of the front line, flying a tight circle over the Sea of Azov when Ukrainian missiles struck both planes. The IL-22 limped back to base with extensive damage and casualties. The A-50 fell to the sea in flames. All 15 people aboard died, including several high-ranking officers. After the January shutdown, the Russian Air Force made some effort to protect the surviving A-50s by keeping them farther from the front. Russian forces increasingly deploy A-50 aircraft closer to the Russian borders and in the direction of Belarus, the Ukrainian Center for Defense Strategies reported earlier this month. Closer, but not close enough. Yesterday, another A-50 exploded over Krasnodar Krai in Russia, just east of the Sea of Azov, killing all 10 crew and battle managers. An A-50 reportedly was 120 miles from the front line at the time of its destruction. That's 30 miles farther than a Patriot normally travels, prompting speculation, and some unconfirmed reporting, that the Ukrainian Air Force has begun firing in surface-to-air role old Cold War S-200 missiles that range as far as 160 miles. In any event, the Russians are down to maybe 7 surviving A-50s with digital systems, plus a single-generation A-100 early warning plane. There are additional 1980s vintage A-50s with strictly mechanical systems in storage, but it's unclear whether these are capable of safe flight, to say nothing of being combat capable. The problem for the Kremlin is that it needs 3 early warning orbits in order to cover the entire 600-mile front line in Ukraine, one each in the south, east, and north. It takes at least 9 A-50s to support 3 orbits. One plane is on station, another is returning to base, and the third is in maintenance. In fact, the Russian Air Force would need additional jets to support crew training and to provide a float for periodic depot maintenance. All that is to say, in shooting down 2 A-50s and also damaging one in a drone strike in Belarus last year, the Ukrainians essentially have eliminated an entire A-50 orbit and have forced the Kremlin to decide which region of the front no longer gets airborne radar coverage. It's a hard choice, as Ukrainian missiles and drones conduct deep strikes in each region, and don't count on the Kremlin obviating that impossible decision by adding new A-50s to the fleet. Bear in mind, the Russian Air Force for years has been trying to finish development and testing of a single next-gen A-100. Foreign sanctions have deprived the Air Force of some of the electronic components the A-100 systems require. The exciting question for friends of a free Ukraine is what the Ukrainians do once the Kremlin reapportions its surviving A-50s and inevitably leaves a gap in its aerial radar coverage. Will they fire more drones and cruise missiles into the gap and target ships, command posts, logistical nodes, and even weapons factories and oil factories? Almost certainly yes. Well, this is indeed a really good piece of news. More like I should say a really nice piece of good news overall. And this article explains to some extent how essential it is in favor of the Ukrainians for these airplanes to go down. But I'm gonna go into a bit more detail for you to get an understanding as to what losses like these matter. So these sort of planes, uh, the the planes which essentially carry an entire radar dish that can cover almost 200 kilometers or even more than that in the case of our NATO E3 planes. It serves, yes, 2 roles. One of it is defensive, which is well, if you're Russia in a war, and you know that your enemy has the capability to lob cruise missiles towards you, a radar plane can easily discover that. But it also serves an offensive role, but an offensive role on the informational front. When any air force in this world deploys, it doesn't matter what sort of plane, but if it deploys a plane in an offensive role, doesn't matter if it's a fighter or a multi-role or a bomber, Those planes themselves do have radar systems, but those radar systems they don't have the range and they don't have the capability necessary to be to have the competency to be all encompassing. And that's the reason why part of the NATO doctrine when it comes to uh, such air expeditions, it's also to send way before that a radar plane such as this one. The U.S. Navy has its own carrier-borne radar plane, which is definitely much smaller. Plus, it doesn't have as much range as the E3 because the E3 is still a bigger plane. Imagine it's the size. It's essentially what is it? A Boeing 707. So what followed before the Boeing 737, and uh, and its purpose, just as I mentioned in the previous article about the spy war, is to gather information, as that plane is capable of monitoring not only a much larger area, but a much more expansive area, since that radar dish covers a 360-degree perspective of the entire airspace. It can also provide on completely different level of information to the pilots of the planes who have been sent to conduct offensive operations. So in circumstances like these, such planes are paramount. Sure, you can send, and there have been instances where planes have been sent in offensive operations without such planes. But that depends greatly on what sort of operation it is, what capabilities the enemies have, and at the same time, what exactly is the danger level, and there are always quick decisions being taken. Say, for example, if if the Russians would decide to send right now across the Bering Sea a flotilla of Tupolev 160 bombers, and for some reason the Pacific radar of the U.S. Navy wouldn't be functional. The Americans would close the gap, would keep on keeping the gap closed instantly by monitoring the airspace. They would have seen it mm, sufficiently fast in order to prevent that squadron of ever coming anywhere even close uh, to Alaska. And that's essentially how planes like these function. And yeah, with every loss, considering that the Russians don't exactly have too much in storage, is indeed is is indeed something that will falls into their disadvantage. Now, my own suspicion is that the reason why the Ukrainians they definitely did have in their crosshairs high value targets like these for a while, but now it's become even more important because it's not going to take too long up until the Ukrainians will get their first batch of F-16s. And when it comes to those F-16s, well, considering that there aren't many, and pilot training is not something that you do in a day or in a week or in a month, mm, it's it's much more important to protect such assets as much as possible by preventing, first of all, mm, it's essentially if you know about the onion theory. That's exactly what the Ukrainians are doing. They're first preventing the first stage of the onion, which is do not be spotted, and that's essentially what they're trying. Because the Russians are not stupid, considering that the F-16s are old planes. The Russians are aware of what their radar signature is, and And if, for example, one single F-16 would appear on the screen of a battle manager, they would they would very quickly find out that hold on a second, that's not one of our planes, and that's definitely not one of their planes because still we made the planes for them many decades ago. So what the hell is this? There are either two options, whether NATO is invading us or Ukrainians got the F-16s. That information will pass down the chain, and and the Russians would change, well, as quick as they can their entire strategy, considering this new piece of information. That's why it's also paramount uh, to not only protect these assets actively, but also protect the assets passively, which is just as what I said. The first piece of the onion, the first layer, do not be spotted, and the more they can keep this as a secret, the more lucrative it will be. Even though, yes, Ukraine getting F-16s, if I maintain my point of view, will represent a considerable shift in the way the Ukrainians will also handle ground operations. Its success will be limited because Ukraine won't have that many F-16s, and considering that it will be the most highly prized assets, which will be in usage by the Ukrainian military. Hopefully, hopefully, I don't think that the Ukrainians will keep them on the ground out of anxiety that they may lose them. But at the same time, they won't also put them in needless danger when other options would be more viable in order to prevent the loss of such a critical asset. But once the Ukrainians will receive their F-16s, that's when operations overall in Ukraine will look different because that's what the Ukrainians have been missing part of their defensive operations and part of their pushbacks when it comes to the Russians. Because yes, they have been taught how to do operations like NATO, but the Ukrainians are missing the critical aspect when it comes to NATO strategy, which is how you have the backup of quite a significant Air Force behind you, multi-role planes, bombers, cruise missiles, radar planes, all sorts of staging and information gathering, special operations, close air support. That's what the Ukrainians don't have. That's why you haven't seen much progress being done since, particularly since the summer offensive in southern Ukraine. But now things will be going slowly in the direction that we all want. Continuing about NATO, now we can finally say that the Baltic Sea, we we will bring back a term the Romans used to have for the Mediterranean Sea when after the moment when they completely encircled it through their empire, Mare Nostrum. The Baltic Fleet is finally Mare Nostrum, the Guardian. Sweden will complete its long farewell to neutrality with NATO accession. For Swedes, it means a dramatic change of national identity, while the alliance gets greater control of the Baltic Sea. Just a few short months ago, Sweden's NATO membership seemed a very long way from being a done deal. Having submitted its application to join in May 2022 after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, it seemed at times as though Stockholm might be left hanging interminably. While Finland, which had applied to join the alliance at the same time as its neighbor, became a member at record speed last April, Sweden got stuck in a diplomatic quagmire. Last summer, a series of Quran burning in Sweden inflamed ties with Turkey, making a yes from Ankara look unlikely and at times inconceivable. And as recently as September, Viktor Orban's government was embroiled in a public war of words with Sweden over criticism of Hungary's democracy and teaching in Swedish schools. Late last month, after Turkey's parliament had given Sweden the green light, the Hungarian prime minister was still pushing for negotiations in a public letter to his Swedish counterpart, Ulf Kristersson. Now all that is history. The almost two-year waiting game ended last week when Hungary's ruling party, Fidesz, announced that the issue would be raised in parliament. By Friday, Christensen and Orban were standing side by side, unveiling a military deal enabling Hungary to buy 4 Gripen planes from Sweden and declaring that, while they still did not agree on everything, they were prepared to die for each other. On Monday, the Hungarian parliament finally voted in favor of the Scandinavian country's membership. Providing that all the admin between Hungary and Washington goes to plan, it could be a matter of days before Sweden's flag is flying outside NATO's HQ in Brussels. But what will this mean for Sweden and the wider world? For NATO, it gives the alliance access to Sweden's territory and turns the Baltic into a NATO sea, surrounded by member countries. See? Mare Nostrum. Emma Rosengren, a research fellow at the Swedish Institute of International Affairs, said Sweden will probably serve as a logistical hub for defense planning, including transportation of personnel and material to an imagined future war front. And what of Sweden? For months, the country has been preparing for this moment, acting almost as if it were already a full NATO member. It has signed a deal with the US giving full access to 17 of its military bases, started its NATO integration, and even announced plans to send forces to Latvia. For the historically neutral country, it marks a dramatic change in national identity. In January, Kristersson warned Swedes, accustomed to seeing themselves as a peaceful nation, to prepare for the possibility of war, and the country restarted compulsory civic duty, a form of national service that had been dismantled after the Cold War. A small proportion of the population will be called up for military service against their will. NATO membership also means increased defense spending. For Social Democrat voters, the move will mark a particularly striking departure. The idea of NATO membership was long considered unthinkable in the party, with the former defense minister Peter Hultqvist declaring in the autumn of 2021 that he could guarantee that he will never participate in a process to join NATO. Only months later, as Russia's invasion led to a dramatic shift in both public opinion and among political parties, the leader of the Social Democrats, then Prime Minister Magdalena Andersson, embarked on the process of Sweden's membership. Magnus Hjort, the Director General of Sweden's Psychological Defense Agency, has described it as a historic moment for the country. Robert Dalcio, a director of research at the Swedish Defense Research Agency, said Hungary's vote could make Sweden NATO member by the end of the week. He said the alliance had already had a marquee and flagpole prepared for the ceremony. At the macro level, Dalcio said the step was part of something much bigger, completing Sweden's long farewell to neutrality, a process that began at the end of the Cold War when it dropped the label and applied for EU membership. For Kristersson, the moderate leader of Sweden's center-right ruling coalition, who has had the NATO issue hanging over him since becoming Prime Minister in October 2022, it will be a huge relief. With his moderate party facing relatively low poll ratings, the Social Democrats lead, followed by the far-right Sweden Democrats, it puts him more forcefully onto the world stage as a key player in a new Nordic power base. And removing NATO from the to-do list was a key priority for his government, leaving more time for domestic issues such as gang crime. So yeah, this was bound to happen. There were a lot of negationists back when Turkey first started having issues regarding Sweden's accession into NATO. But those issues were particularly still a manifestation of the Ottoman school of diplomacy. One thing that particularly rubbed wrong Recep Tayyip Erdogan was that for many years Sweden was not only harboring, but it also had people who eventually either became Swedish citizens or they were Swedish citizens for a while that were financing the Kurdish separatists. And said Kurdish separatists, most of them, most of them being rightfully accused of being war criminals, the, they found safe haven in Sweden, thinking that if they were in Sweden with Sweden's policy towards neutrality and with an almost pathological altruism level of supporting human rights. That's one of the reasons why gang crime is such an issue and has been such an issue for so many years. They simply believed that, well, we're not going to get deported anytime soon in order to face charges in Turkey. That's where this article is misleading to an extent. Erdogan wasn't exactly bothered by the Quran burnings because it's not just Sweden that did Quran burnings in the past few years. There have been a few in Denmark as well. Although yes, in Sweden there were more common. At high level, the Turkish diplomacy and especially the Turkish president, yes, you can see that he acted all bothered about what was happening, but that was not his main reason. And it wasn't just what he wanted from Sweden, but it was also what he wanted from the US as well. Because well, NATO, yes, it is an alliance of nations. At the helm, far above everybody, is the US, colloquially called a strategic partner to people who know the reference. So part of Sweden's dealings was that Sweden would have to give up all the Kurdish fugitives that were hiding all well and nice in Sweden, sent to Turkey in order to face the charges. And from the US, their demand was to get the permission again in order to get the F-16 planes that the Americans at the same time pulled back the offer several years ago when the Turkish military decided that it was a great idea that we're going to buy air defense systems from Russia, the so-called infamous S-400 systems. While behind the doors, the Americans, but also NATO learned quite a lot from that said purchase, and they spotted what exactly are its real capabilities and what exactly is complete bullshit marketing ploy from the Russians. Also, the rates of failure have, as they were evidence, they were shockingly high, even in comparison with modern Western counterparts. It still is a capable system when it functions properly, as there is still a lot of technology, not in the carriers themselves, but in the rockets themselves. But the rockets themselves also have quite a high reliance on equipment from the ground. But from the defense perspective, the Americans were very upset about Turkey's purchase, which is why back in what was it, in 2019 or 2020, when uh, when the news became public that Turkey bought S-400 systems, the Americans were simply thinking, well, you bought military gear from a country that we don't exactly want to deal with, and you've been a NATO ally for so long. Well, screw you. Here you go. Here you go. You said that you want some planes. Now you're not gonna get them. And once the Americans gave them the option back to buy those F-16 planes, and the Swedish gave Turkey those Kurdish separatists, all things were good. With Hungary, however, yes, that was more of an ideological conflict, at least to my knowledge, where I personally seen, but thanks to somebody who has translated said videos from Swedish into English, there have been quite a few media sites in Sweden that have berated publicly Hungary as a country, and going as far as using odious examples such as Hungarian manuals with sections related to how to love one's country being portrayed as something really evil and really fascistic. And how could somebody do this? Look, this is clear evidence that Orban is actually a dictator. Even though if we are to look at the definition of what a dictator is in the dictionary, it still doesn't fit. Um, Orban has been elected fair and square, and Orban and his party have been elected fair and square to have been the main force in the Hungarian parliament for so many years for a good reason. Have you seen by any chance how absolutely awful the Hungarian opposition was? Kind reminder, in the last election cycle, when I remember when was it, in 2021, I think, the opposition formed a six-party coalition. Then they had the genius idea of putting at the helm first the wife of Girchan, which was a guy that mismanaged the economy of Hungary in a way that Orban doesn't even get close to his level right now as it used to be back then. So that would mean, when was it, 12 years ago, I think, when Girchan was prime minister. Then they also had the genius idea to push some guy who was the mayor of a town of about 50,000 or 60,000 people in Hungary, while the guy himself was pretty much unknown. They've been completely disconnected from what the electorate actually wants. So they went full on the ideology and Orban man bad and the fuck Orban stuff. And what do you think? You can make a six-party coalition against one, well, not exactly one single party, but because Fidesz in itself is also coalition. It's Fidesz, but there's also well, I know that their acronyms are KNDP. I think they're some sort of Christian Democrats, something like that, but not in a German sense, more in the traditionalist cultural sense, if I'm not mistaken. But to get back to the debacle that Hungary had with Sweden, well, Orban was right about this, and yeah, he did kind of make of a show in both in Hungarian press, but rightfully so. Once not just he, but also his political operatives got access to those uh, to those Swedish videos, how he's called a dictator and Hungary is an insane country. What do you mean, love your own country? He did make a few valid arguments several weeks ago relating to this. Why would we want to vote for a country which believes that loving one's country is something being close to demonic? And he did have a point. in the backstage, he also had some other defense-related interests, just like Turkey did. But Turkey's defense interests were with the Americans, while Hungary's defense interests were with Sweden directly. Hungary, when they joined NATO in 1999, while one of the main requirements in order to have a level compatibility with NATO hardware, especially with NATO rockets, was that they suddenly needed new airframes as platforms, meaning that they had to change their planes. They had MiG-29s inherited from the days of the Soviet Union, and they had to get rid of them because those weren't compatible with NATO hardware, especially NATO rockets. And back then, the only realistic option that the Hungarians had, they reached a deal with Sweden in order to buy, well, well, there were some planes bought, but there were also some other planes leased by the Hungarian state. They bought about, let's say, they just bought about a dozen Saab Gripen planes. The planes themselves are really capable. The disadvantage of the planes compared to the American F-16s or the other plane that was used by Western Europe and is still in use, although to a lesser extent, the Eurofighter Typhoon, was that the when it came to the Eurofighter Typhoon, nobody wanted to sell or lease to the Hungarians that plane. And at the same time, even though Hungary joined NATO, they didn't also have the option of approaching the Americans so cozily to purchase American planes. So the best option that remained was Sweden. And even though they paid significantly more, because the Saab Gripen is indeed a significantly more expensive plane, but it's not a more expensive plane because it was over-engineered or it was overbuilt or something like that. But it was simply because of low production numbers. That was a plane that was built taking into consideration uh, the strategy of Sweden. In, Indeed, from some perspectives, it does have more advantages compared to the F-16, which could be considered its contemporary. It definitely has a much bigger payload. It's to some extent much relatively easier to fly than the F-16, but it's also a larger plane. And since it's made by the Swedish, you don't just buy the planes from Sweden, but you also have to buy the know-how, the maintenance part of it, the technicians, the training, and and even those themselves, when you're the sole buyer of a plane which has been built initially for a single country and maybe several others, because I don't remember if Sweden exported their Saab Gripens to someone else outside of Hungary. But that still tends to get pretty expensive, simply because the Swedish couldn't apply economies of scale as the Americans do. This is also related to the this entire debacle that has been lasting for several years already, related to the development program of the F-35, because oh my God, it's so expensive, it costs so much. Look, it's cost $1 trillion to develop it. Look how many issues it has, and other shit like that. Yes, in the very beginning, because in the very beginning, when you do those calculations are essentially a gigantic amount of sunk costs in development and then tinkering with it up until you put it into so-called serial production for everybody else. But if you are to look right now, the waiting list and of all of the purchases, every country that wanted an F-35, the not only the waiting list stretches to around 2034, but the F-35 is poised to become uh, an even better selling plane than many others that the US had. And you will see at that point, when more and more will appear, how actually the price of the set F-35 will become lower and lower. That's as much as I can say on this topic. Let's continue. We're almost there. Reuters. Record numbers at Singapore Airshow as post-COVID boom raises hopes. Record numbers attended the trade section of the first fully post-pandemic Singapore Airshow this week, with exhibitors and delegates optimistic about the aviation industry despite supplier struggles to keep up rebounding travel demand. Close to 60,000 people attended the 4 trade days of the show, nearly 4 times as many as in 2022 when foreign visitors were required the daily rapid tests for COVID-19, and more than 54,000 who visited in 2018. The 2020 edition was rocked by last-minute cancellations as the virus spread around the world. Outside Asia's largest air show, transport problems snarled arrivals and departures, especially during the first days. On Tuesday, lines of free shuttle buses to the Expo public transport hub led to waits as long as 3 hours in temperatures over 30 degrees Celsius, and taxis to the city cost as much as 3 times the usual fare. Worst transportation experience. Crawling traffic, long waits for rides frustrate Singapore Airshow visitors, ran a headline in the local newspaper The Straits Times. Lek Chet Lam, managing director of show organizer Xperia, blamed the higher attendance than in previous editions. In the air-conditioned display space, commercial exhibitors hawked planes, drones, surveillance technology, services, and equipment. The displays attracted buyers and enthusiasts, with the Korea aerospace industry's booth drawing a line on Wednesday for attendees to get pilots' autographs and pose for selfies. More than 1,000 commercial and defense companies from 50 countries participate in the show, organizers said. Russian companies did not take part amid the war in Ukraine, but Israeli companies, the Israeli aerospace industry, and Rafael Advanced Defense Systems, which dropped out of the Dubai Air Show in November amid the Israeli-Hamas war in Gaza, attended. The general mood is extremely positive but also very demanding, said Dennis Kaur, head of corporate sales Asia Pacific for aircraft maintenance provider Lufthansa Technik Group. It's the first air show after the pandemic. There is not only a huge demand for air travel, but also huge demand for MRO services, he added, referring to maintenance, repair, and overhaul. Natasha Pfeiffer, regional managing director for Asia at British defense system BAE Systems, said it was great to see attendees face to face again. We've had a really busy week discussing future air capability, our space and autonomous air technologies, our cyber, electronic warfare, sea and land offering, and our presence across Asia, she said. Delegates stepped into the tropical heat for around an hour of aerial displays each day, including demonstration flights by Air Force teams from Singapore, South Korea, and India, among others, and a flyby by the C-919 made by China's COMAC. It was the first flight outside Chinese territory for COMAC's homegrown jet. COMAC was also the first company to announce new orders at the show, flagging a deal with Tibet Airlines for 40 C-919 single-aisle planes and 10 ARJ-21 regional jets, plus 6 ARJ-21s for China's Henan Civil Aviation Development and Investment Group. Shortly afterwards, Royal Brunei Airlines said it was ordering 4 Boeing 787-9 Dreamliners. Airbus announced an order of 5 A350 freighters and 3 A330neo wide-body passenger jets for Taiwan's Starlux Airlines. Airbus also had a provisional deal with Vietnamese budget carrier Vietjet for 20 A330neo wide-body airliners. Sustainability was in focus, with Singapore announcing a green jet fuel mandate to be funded by a levy on travelers and airshow organizers, stressing the importance of protecting the environment. But the industry remains divided over how to achieve its goal of net zero carbon emissions by 2050. Supply chain issues clouded some of the show's optimism, with exhibitors citing long lead times and high costs, which have dogged the industry since the cough and worsened after Russia invaded Ukraine. The problems have been especially acute for raw materials such as aerospace-grade metals. Still, Paul Bolden, Chief Operating Officer for First Aviation Services, was hopeful the worst was over and that growing demand would lead manufacturers back into aerospace production. It will get better, maybe 2 to 3 years, he said. Well, they are right from this perspective, particularly with raw material acquisition, because among many things that Russia has, one of the most important exports when it comes to building airplanes and especially building military stuff, they're aluminum and titanium, titanium in particular. Here I make a reminder of yes, you can consider it a funny story when the Americans were building the SR-71 plane, the very famous plane that was never shot down by anybody and it was barely spotted by anybody, especially since its main purpose was to spy over the USSR back during the Cold War. Not many people know that the titanium that was used for the airplane's fuselage was sourced from the USSR, especially from the mines deep in Siberia. Overall, the reason why I put this article is that Asia is not only recovering, but Asia has picked up the growth phase, which suddenly stopped back when the pandemic hit. If we are to remember, the 2019 was the year when the entire world reached a new peak in total flights of commercial airliners, and each country in Asia is still in its growth stage. But that's from a civilian perspective. From the other side, it's also the ever more increasing defensive concerns, particularly what China is doing right now and what China has been doing in the past few years, rattling the sword. Speaking of this, the famous nine dash line that was used by China to portray that you see in South China Sea all this part, which was exactly drawn using nine dashes. Well, this was historically ours because of some sort of leader back in the Tang Dynasty, God knows how many centuries ago, attested that this sea is ours. Well, very recently, as I've seen on Weibo, the nine dash line became a 10 dash line, encompassing now Taiwan as well. So everybody else isn't stupid when they see this. They really aren't stupid, and although they know better than anybody because yeah, China has been close to them geographically for so much time. But at the same time, it's never too bad of a thing to prepare in case this thing turns hot, because you never know who may be exactly the target and how exactly an eventual war would evolve. And the worst part in an ever evolving war is to get caught barehanded. That's exactly why well, what this guy Paul Bolton said, it will get better in maybe 2 to 3 years. Well, considering that the air show had issues regarding logistics with busing people to the expo area, it was pretty clear that not even the Singaporeans realized how big the issues was going to be. They probably most likely miscalculated. They will probably expect some probably uh, 35,000 to 40,000 people, not almost 60,000 people. So that's the reason why I'm pretty sure that in the next few years they will be much better prepared when it comes to this. But you get the overall idea. Things Asia has picked up its growth pace again, especially Southeast Asia. Moving on to the last news article, as I mentioned earlier, regarding the discussion with semiconductors and their paramount importance our in the world of today. Japan kicks in another $4.8 billion for TSMC plant, calls cutting-edge chips extremely essential for the future of industries. The Japanese government will provide an additional 732 billion yen, so that'll be $4.86 billion, in subsidies for Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company to expand its plant in the country, Economy Minister Ken Saito said on Saturday. TSMC is the most important partner for Japan in realizing digital transformation, and its Kumamoto factory is an important contributor for us to stably procure cutting-edge logic chips that is extremely essential for the future of industries in Japan, he said at the opening ceremony for TSMC's Kumamoto factory. The chipmaker, Taiwan's largest company, plans to start shipping logic chips for CMOS camera sensors and automobiles from the factory in Kumamoto on the island of Kyushu by the end of this year through its venture with iconic local companies including Sony Group Corporation and Toyota Motor Corporation. The government has already allocated 476 billion yen for the factory. The new aid will go toward construction of a new fabrication building next to the existing one, the company's first in Japan. Known as TSMC Fab 23 Phase 2, the project announced by TSMC earlier this month will produce chips as narrow as 6 nanometers and plans mass production by 2027. Japan has paid trillions of yen for companies such as TSMC, Samsung Electronics Company, and Micron Technology Incorporated to move some operations to the country to secure a supply of chips used in everything from automobile production to mobile phones. Governments around the world are fiercely competing by throwing in large amounts of money so that they can secure domestic supply of chips, and Japan investing this amount of money is necessary for us to foster further development of industries and economic security, the minister said. We learned from mistakes in the past, and I'm sure we have dazzled the rest of the world by the speed with which we have implemented. Overall, this is a step in the good direction. This fab will not exactly be a developmental hub, so it will not be, at least for the medium to the distant future, one of the main developmental hubs where the manufacturing processes of semiconductors will get smaller and smaller. But it's still important as TSMC gets the opportunity to offload some of its production away from Taiwan and into other countries at the same time, and that also benefits them not just from a logistics point of view, but also from a security point of view. Uh, they get they can send much easier and much faster the semiconductors that companies require, as this article mentions in the case of Japan, Sony and Toyota, they they all need chips in one way or another. They've been working with TSMC since almost forever, and this would have made the logical choice. Now, while it never is all right to rely on a single company such as TSMC, because TSMC is you can't exactly call it a monopoly because it really isn't. The semiconductors market is way too big even for a company like TSMC to corner it in such a way. It is definitely no standard oil of semiconductor manufacturing, but it still is not only gigantic. It owns about 54% of the market share of the entire global semiconductors market. But it's also the company that reinvests in pushing further and further the technology. They they are the they have been fighting constantly and most of the times winning in this battle of making semiconductors smaller and smaller compared to, for example, Samsung. Even Samsung is doing it, but Samsung had its own issues in the end. The process isn't exactly perfect. It's also very expensive, and you don't exactly get too many people in the world capable of doing microarchitecture manufacturing. So you can't exactly recruit too many people to do so. Plus, there is also this aspect worth mentioning for people that may not know the organization style of Asian companies. That's also sometimes an issue. The emphasis being put more on on older employees rather than younger employees, even if younger employees get sometimes good ideas. There is also a lot of inertia when it comes to this. Samsung, at the end of the day, is what exactly the Koreans call it a chaebol. It's a gigantic consortium out of three in in South Korea, and Samsung is the largest. It makes absolutely everything from what is it, from microwaves to cassette players, all the way to artillery systems. It's exactly what many decades ago, before Japan joined World War II, what the Zaibatsus were. And even today, Japan in itself, these corporations, they're kind of Zaibatsus, but much more limited in their functionality than they used to be many decades ago when the Empire of Japan existed. But as I mentioned about TSMC being 54% of the entire planet's semiconductors market, by comparison, Intel is about 18% or 19%. And even Intel in itself is a company that is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. And if you by any chance follow how semiconductor manufacturing progresses, at least from time to time, even Intel had its own fuck ups when it came to development. Even if TSMC had its fuck ups, but TSMC still beats everybody when it comes to overall skill and competence in manufacturing, which sometimes that Intel, because of its some often flawed organizational structure, that's one of the reasons why it's lagging behind. Plus, also having to appease other interest groups, not just within the company in itself in Israel, but also other subsidiaries in the world. But still, as much as we don't like that we're dependent on those chips, this is still a good a step in the right direction. It allows room for TSMC to grow just as much as Intel. Didn't Intel about a year or so ago receive also some assistance package from the US state, which makes this one received by TSMC from Japanese government actually pretty small. If I reckon correctly, Biden himself mentioned that he opened some sort of fund where the federal government would pay Intel, I think. Pretty sure the Intel, but I'm not sure if it's just Intel. But I know that the entire fund dedicated for subsidies was about $21 billion for companies to produce semiconductors domestically in the US. And thank God, this is one thing that happened thanks to China being China, well, so to speak. It also provides much better security for TSMC because it is no longer as reliant as it is on their main fab foundries on the island of Taiwan. Even if, truth be told, the story with TSMC and their security risks is sometimes inflated and sometimes mm, well, so to speak, I'll be a good word for it, enshrouded in mythology. The CEO of TSMC is by no means a fan of China. He had his own issues with the Chinese way before this entire debacle with semiconductors appeared. However, at the same time, when China started rattling the sword 2 years before, he himself went publicly and said that if he sees a single foot of a mainland Chinese soldier on the island of Taiwan, he himself will torch the factories so that he will get absolutely nothing. And after that, the Chinese realized that TSMC is the most worthy company on that island, bar none. It's very far away from absolutely anything that Taiwan produces. And if that one goes under in one way or another, even if it is just the parent company in Taiwan, that will still have some very awful reverberations, not just in China, but the rest of the world. Because even the Chinese, although they don't like to admit it, they are also dependent in one way, shape, or form on TSMC's manufacturing. While they don't get truly uh, any newer models of chips, they will still need somebody to steal designs from, or at least steal ideas from. And even though China has been essentially writing blank checks in order to build their own semiconductor industry, well, they realize, and that's where sanctions really hurt China from this perspective. They realize that while they can copy to some extent what TSMC is doing, they can, well, whatever they succeed in copying, they're losing because their processes of manufacturing lacking the ones that were developed and pioneered by TSMC themselves. They not only generate more failures per fab, but at the same time, it's a process that's several times more expensive. And as I mentioned, when it comes to semiconductor manufacturing and especially semiconductor development, the development prices can reach hallucinating heights. You can buy several countries in Africa with the amount of money you need only to reduce the chip size for one single generation. Well, this was about it from this Victor News Network. I kindly remind you, it's definitely important for me. Please try to like and subscribe, especially subscribe if you haven't done so. It's gonna help me a lot in the metrics. The point is to break this 3,000, well, no, 1,000 subscriber limit, and also the 3,000 hours required in order to gain better traction from the our Lord and Savior, the YouTube algorithm. And also, I must stress this point, if you know by any chance anybody who may be interested in watching this content, well, I welcome you to, I welcome to share it with them. Even if they like it, they don't like it, it still gets a little bit of traction. Thank you very much for watching, and cheers.